Zane's in, Angela's in, Manuel's in. All right, good deal. All right, we'll go ahead and get started, and there'll be some other people probably, I'm sure, showing up. So, but everybody here is able to log in. Is that correct? All right, good deal. All right, we're gonna go ahead and get started. We're gonna do the first one. So the way I kind of do this is, a lot of you guys, some of you guys have written PCRs and some of you have not. So I kind of start with the easy, like an easy way to kind of understand the system a little bit and without a whole lot of explanation. So I'm gonna go through this and I want you to just do what I do. So I'm gonna log in. All right, so the first thing we're gonna do is we're gonna log in. It's gonna You're gonna get some kind of like a message here or whatever, and just say yes or whatever. All right. Next thing we're gonna do is we're going to go to incidents, and we're gonna go to Georgia GEMSIS PCR EMS 3.5 form, and we're gonna load that up. Okay. So go ahead and get that. So whenever your page looks like mine, just let me know by typing "I'm ready" on the screen. Oh, how do you get that screen again? No problem. All right, hold on. Let me just back it up. All right, so boom, you go here. So after you log in, okay, uh, let me just log out. Start all over again. So you log in here, boom. You log in, you find there's a release form on here that tells you something. In my case, it tells me my paramedic is going to expire uh, in next March. All right, and then it's going to give you all this information here, but we don't really care about it. What we're going to do is go up here to incidents. Jim says PCR EMS version 3.5. I'm able to get adjustment, but I can't watch this video and try to log in. The video it keeps kicking you out. All right, hold on a second. What kind of oh, hey, what kind of browser are you using? I got it. What kind of browser are you using? Are you using Chrome by chance? Are you using an iPad and Chrome? Zane? Try I got you. Are you using you might be are you using Safari? Do you have an iPhone? Oh, okay, interesting. All right. Well, it should work with Chrome. All right. I don't know why it's doing that, so that's weird. I don't know. Just try to follow on the best you can. We're gonna get started here. Okay. Also, keep in mind that you can also go back and watch the video over again. Okay. So you can scroll back on this video and see what we've already done in the live stream. Okay. All right. So I'm gonna get started and we're gonna bang on. All right. So I want you guys to do what I do. Okay. Do what I do. All right. Here it goes. Cancel. We're gonna type incident number. We're gonna type in cancel. And response number. We're gonna type in cancel. Okay. We're going to leave this unit notified by dispatch date and time blank. Okay. Now we need to add a crew member. So we're going to add my good old buddy Aimer. He don't mind. He's a good fellow. All right. And then we're going to click next and then dispatch reason, abdominal pain problems. Okay. And then we're going to move on and click next. Then we're going to EMS call sign, Med 1. We're supposed to be a BLS equipped ground ambulance. We are the first unit on scene. Yes. Uh, all right. Type of service requested is 911 response to the scene. The response mode will be non-emergent. Next. Number of patients at scene will be none. Unit disposition will be no patient found. Crew disposition. We have to scroll down and find back in service, no care support services required. Let me turn down the microphone on this page here so we don't get all this feedback. All right. Okay, incident location type is a home or residence, private residence. Incident street address is 123 Elm Street. Okay, we're going to type in 30341, which is Chambly's zip code. Cambodia. And then we hit next and next. All right, now this is really important. When you get to the times, you have to do this in sequence or else it will flag you. So start here at PSAP call time. Boom, boom, boom. Hit cancel to update crew. Then hit this one. Then hit that one. Uh, oh, and it tells me it has something that it wants me to do. It wants me to go back and look at dispatch information. And it said dispatch priority non-acute. All right. And that's how you do it. All right. The next thing you're going to do is go to menu, see where it says 100% validation at the bottom. That's what we're looking for. All right. So you're going to go into finish incident, marking it as finished, and then we will hit close. All right. So try that. I got you. In the meantime, let me call, I'm going to call Zane. Hey, Zane, this is Gary Cruz. Holler back when you get a chance. Thanks. Bye. Okay. All right. I'll do it again. It's no problem. Just stand by for a moment. Okay. All right. You ready? I'll do it one more. I'll do it again. Okay. I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna do this. Bang another one out real quick. All right. So as you guys can watch. All right. So here we go. Starting at the very beginning. Are you ready? Hey, Zane. Good, man. All right. So can you? So what can you do? Can you follow along with this? Okay. All right. Well, we start with canceled. We start with canceled calls, and then we just move on from there. Okay. So like we'll probably do like five canceled calls, and then we'll do something more interesting. Okay. All right. Cool. Awesome. Very good. Thank you. Bye bye. Okay. Here we go. Starting over again. So on incident number, I'm going to call it cancel. Response number, I'm going to call it cancel. And then I can click. I'm gonna leave. I'm gonna save this unit notified by dispatch time blank, and you'll see why in a minute. I'm gonna add a crew member. I'm gonna add my homie Aimer in here, and we go to next. Dispatch reason is abdominal pain problems. Okay, and then we're gonna go to next, and you're gonna click on EMS call sign. It wants to know what type of transport equipment and capability you have. So BLS ground transport. Are you the first unit on scene? Yes. And then click next. Type of service requested. 911 response to the scene. Response mode to the scene is non-emergent, as most calls should be. Number of patients at the scene is none. Unit disposition is no patient found. Crew disposition is back in service, no care support services required. Unit incident type is a home or residence. Home address is 123 Elm Street. I'm going to type in the zip code right here, 30341. All right, then we go to the response times. We just start at the top. Boom, boom, boom. I'm going to cancel the overwrite. Boom, boom. As long as they're all in sequence. And it flags dispatch info once lower acuity call. You hit save. You hit finish. No, cancel. You hit finish incident. And then then you close it out. All right, let's see how you guys are doing here. So what we're looking for is 99 to 100% validity. Yeah. Okay, Rebecca's got 100% on there. Awesome. All right, so I see that you guys are still kind of struggling over here, struggling to get this done. All right, so you guys must be still working on your first one. Okay, so I don't see any PCRs from Angela. Vita, Zane. Oh, who else is even in here? Manuel. Okay, Angela's in the game. Awesome. And 100%. Okay. All right, so now we're just looking for some PCRs from Fida, Zane, and Emmanuel. So you have to after you save it, what you're going to do is you're going to go to the little button up here. Let me show you. I'm going to log in as you. You're going to go to the bottom where it says, see where it says 100% validation. Click the bottom. It says finish incident. It marks it as finished. and then you close it out. Okay. All right. Good deal. So we're still waiting for Fida, Zane, and Emmanuel to produce a PCR. Okay. Okay. Cool. Awesome. I'm patient. All right. So you guys that are that already have this, Angela and Rebecca. Anybody else? Let's see. All right. So Angela and Rebecca, we're going to do this 5 more times. So if Angela and Rebecca, since you got this figured out. Zane, can you get your hands on a tablet or something? All right. Oh, look at that. Kyle's in play here. Very good. Okay, let's see. Oh, look, Emmanuel's in the game. All right, very good. We're getting there. Theta, I don't see Theta in there yet. Oh, Theta, are you logged in as yeah, are you on Theta, are you in as in Delta or yeah, I got you. All right, hold on. You ready? I'm going to show you. All right, so after you log in, it's at the very top. You'll see this Georgia EMS. You'll see recently viewed agencies, and you view agency list. See, I'm in Delta Med system too. And so, like, if I wanted to change it back, I could do that. But it didn't have any access anyway. The but that's how you do it. So you view agency list, and you need to click on Georgia EMS Academy. All right, Peter, you figured it out. Awesome. Thank you. Hey, this is Gary Cruz. Just trying to get in touch with Kason. Holler back when you get a chance. 404-806-0584. Thank you. Bye bye. All right, you guys are on the way. All right, so I need five of these from each. All right, so five of these bullshit canceled calls. Just keep going with it, and promise you it's going somewhere. And here's the thing. Okay, so the requirement was that you had to do 10. So basically, by the time we actually get down to doing this, you'll already know how to use the system pretty well, and you'll have half of them done. How efficient is that? All right, just keep them rolling. You need five each. I see one of yours is on there. Hold on, let me look. Emmanuel. Let's see. I see two. Let's see. Let me just look. You got two on there. Figured okay, cool. And I think some of yours ended up in. All right. So if you have already got your five done, just take a break. Maybe give us about 15 minutes. Maybe give us 20 minutes. So if you've already got your five done. Oh, Cason's here. Yes. Yay. Emmanuel, once you get done with your five, All right. All right, Emmanuel, you're done. Unless you want to stick around for the next part. It's up to you. I see that you're almost done with your assignments, and we're you're on week 6. That's pretty good. You made pretty good progress. I think most.
Now, people by default being auto enrolled into the 401ks. That way, by default, money is being invested into your retirement accounts. So if someone is doing a certain exchange, this is not a yet, but it's in discussions with partners, by the way. If you want to know that this is why I created three investment class, because it's not an investment one, I'm an investor. It is very explicit in the same way. One investment is maybe build an investment strategy for you. In this class, invest a lot of the investment strategy that I use, doing that for uses, find investment opportunities to search. Yeah. This is pretty nice because in this lecture, I'm also going to get things, which is a new benefit investors. There's like hundreds of thousands of investors every single day. It's great things happening in the economy. If you're thinking investing in investment class, it's not free. All of you sign up. I'm going to link down in the description. The idea of money is the same as because it's still managing different types of investment accounts or savings accounts, emergency savings accounts. You can manage it all out of one single savings account. This will be a combination of three accounts. It will be a combination of HSA of savings account. It will be a combination of 521 accounts. And it will be a combination of an emergency savings account that will give you have to worry about managing money at multiple places. They can manage it all in one place. If the rules less money, but then the file for the investing options for 401k. So as a trust side, the executive order on this is taken file. The roll-up is still in Congress. The see what happens in 2026, May 2027. As more expected to see the add to a roll-up when that is supposed to happen. But the idea with this proposal is you're going to have more options in which you can invest in your 401k accounts. So instead of just investing in a few mutual funds, you might also have the ability to invest in things like cryptocurrency. You might be able to invest in things like real estate. You don't invest in things like private equity. You might also be able to invest in commodities like gold, oil, and silver, and agriculture. And if you can invest this money by lending it back to the United States government for more infrastructure projects. Again, not approved yet. We don't know exactly what
No, there's four of them. Hey.
find out soon-ish on what actually will happen with this one. Number 6 is a President Trump
Found your PCRs.
still hold to some big standard for the overtime because it shows that the United States government is starting to legitimize its idea of state. As we can hear about the discussions about changing 401k, one of the biggest pushbacks against 6% figures is how the legitimate touch. Well, the United States government starts to legitimize the things like a strategic Bitcoin reserve, making it easier for you to consider it as a
All
requirement.
right, so we're going to take a break. We're going to reconvene at 11:20. So take a break.
Especially for different administration. If you are higher than they over 150 telling you in wages, you want to contribute your money to an IRA. After the age of 50, you can qualify for something called a catch-up, meaning you can invest more money into your IRA outside of one of the traditional limits. Well, here's the problem. You no longer have the ability to invest that catch-up money into a traditional IRA. It must go into a Roth IRA. And there are some employers out there that only offer traditional IRAs, not Roth IRAs. So if you're contributing this catch-up money into a traditional IRA, you can no longer do that if you are a high employer. It must go into a Roth IRA, and you should confirm if your company has a Roth IRA option. Then change number 8 is the super catch-up rule that was recently passed. And what this says is that if you are the ages of 60, 61, 62, 63, you have the ability to do what's called a super catch-up, which is additional contributions into your 401k. So your 401k in 2026 has a limit of $24,500 that you can contribute into your 401k. If you're over the age of 50, you can contribute an additional $8,000 a year into your 401k. But now, with this super catch-up rule, if you're between the ages of 60 and 63, you can add the $8,000 catch-up. You get a super catch-up amount of $11,250 you can contribute into your 401k. That we have more ability to kind of catch up and build your wealth before retirement. Number 9, President Trump's new tax proposal is a new senior deduction. If you're over the age of 65, you must qualify for an additional $6,000 tax deduction just for being over the age of 65. You don't have to do anything else to qualify for it. You just qualify for an additional $6,000 tax deduction to make sure you actually take advantage of it. Number 10 are changes to the backdoor Roth IRA. And what this rule said before is that if you are a higher income earner, meaning you make over $165,000 a year as a single tax filer or $246,000 a year married filing jointly, you can't qualify for a Roth IRA. Instead, there was this thing called a backdoor IRA, which meant you could contribute money to a traditional IRA, which is just a different tax plan. And then immediately, if you put it into a traditional IRA, you can convert it to a Roth IRA. So it was just one additional step to create a Roth IRA. Well, under the Biden administration, there were discussions to cancel this backdoor IRA. And it looks like under the Trump plan, those proposals were canceled. So this backdoor IRA still exists. Why do you have to use a backdoor IRA if it gets you to the exact same point instead of just allowing people to invest into a Roth IRA? I don't know. I'm not a politician. I'm here just to help you be better with money. Number 11 is a Roth IRA rollover from a college 529 savings plan. The problem with the 529 savings plan that people had was what happens if you invest too much money into your kid's 529 college savings plan? They're not going to be able to use the money, and the money just goes to waste. Well, now under this new plan, which just went into effect in the recent years, what this says is if you over contribute to your kid's 529 college savings plan, the unused money up to $35,000 can be rolled over into a Roth IRA so that money doesn't just go to waste. The key is that your 529 plan has to have been open for at least 15 years. And last but not least, as of around 2024, if you are offered a 401k and instead of investing money into 401k, you pay off your student loans, their employer can now match your contribution to pay off your student loan, even if you're not contributing to your 401k. This is a way for people to pay off the student loans even faster. That way you don't miss out on the match that your employer might be paying for you to invest your money to 401k. Now that you understand some of the biggest changes made to American retirement in the last
Mm,
couple of years,
okay, no problem.
is that all of these, or most of these, are enticing people to put more money into the stock market. The second thing is there's a lot of money that's going into the stock market that doesn't even exist. For example, the Trump IRA, the federal savings match, include the federal government investing money into your retirement accounts, which is going into the stock market. So the United States government doesn't have any money because we are about $39 trillion in debt. So how is the government going to pay that? Well, either we're going to borrow more money, or more money has to be printed. What does that mean? Well, in short, this is a way to keep markets boosted because the price of any asset, whether it's a stock, whether it's a house, whether it's a gold, whether it's this marker, depends on supply and demand. When you have more buyers than sellers, the price of this asset goes up. If there are more sellers than buyers, the price of that asset goes down. Well, if there are more people investing their money into the stock market because more people have access to a Trump IRA, because the government is funding people's retirement accounts, because now more people investing their money into the 401k, because more money is going into investment options. Well, that means more money is going to be going into the stock market. Number one, that's great for the money managers because that means they get more fees every single year, which could be an investment opportunities if you're investing into those money managers that are going to make more money. But that also means you have to understand from the point of an investor, this has the ability to make investors wealthier because if more money is going to the stock market, investors that own those stocks now become wealthier as more money goes in. Again, this is why I keep saying your financial education is so important because in our economic system, it is designed to benefit the investors, not the employees. If we take a look at the last 5 years or the last 5 decades, we've seen inflation hurt the value of people's wages. It's also hurt the value of people's savings. But the people that became wealthy for the last 5 years and the last 50 years have been the investors. They got a windfall because their investment values grew way faster than inflation and it grew way faster than wages. So which side do you want to be on? Saver, who's losing on inflation, or the investor that's building wealth because of inflation. Now, this doesn't mean that investment values only go up. Investments go up and down. We see recessions, we see market crashes, they're a part of our economic system, but over the long run, investments are the way to become wealthy. And now, through these huge changes in our habits, again, some of the biggest changes we've seen in about 50 years, this is going to push more money into the stock market. In 1978, when the 401k was passed, what did that mean? Then all of a sudden, it made it much more accessible for the average person to put their money into the stock market. But not just that, it ties your money into the stock market because you can't just leave your 401k. It's tied up until you retire. Well, when your IRA and your 401k is tying up your money in the stock market, that means more clients, more dollars in the stock market, or money for the money managers. That was a way to promise the stock market. Well, now we have a bunch of major changes, which is not just making it more accessible for people to put their money in the stock market, but it also has United States government putting more money into the stock market, the money that it doesn't have. What does that do? It continues to inflate the markets over the long run. Again, it doesn't mean we're not going to see crashes. In fact, it probably means we're going to see more volatile market crashes because the money has to be printed, more volatile ups and downs, but in the long run, it's going to make the investors wealthier. This is why, again, I have my investing masterclass for you down in the description. This is why it is so important for you to become
All right, I just sent it to him.
everybody is just trying to feed into the same system. So the person having this
Okay. All right. Is everybody back?
and they can invest their money because of it. One of the things I learned is that the thing you don't pay attention to is that management of it. That's how I want to
I'd like to get started again. So for the next part, we need to watch a video. So when you are ready, uh, when you're ready, just say that you're just type in the box. I'm ready.
I'm talking
You're
life
good.
insurance here,
Awesome.
glitch. The whole idea of life insurance is life insurance for a period of time 10 years, 20 years, 30 years. That way you can work to build your assets. It is a lot cheaper than whole life insurance because the whole idea is you're not here trying to get rich off your life insurance. It's there as a bridge until you can build your assets. This is one of those things where the earlier you start, the cheaper it is. Because if you're a healthy 30-year-old guy, you could potentially get a $500,000 term life insurance policy for less than $1 a day. So if you have any questions, you want to learn more about term life insurance, or you want to see how much a term life insurance policy would actually cost you, I'll put a link to Policy Genius form down in the description. It only takes a few minutes to complete, and it'll give you an actual quote on how much term life insurance will actually cost you, and I have that link for you down in the description. So what we talked about in this video is that in 1978, that was the last major reform to American retirement through the 401k. Well, over the last few years, we have seen major reforms times 12. And so we talked about these 12 major reforms with the new Trump IRA, which is going to go live in 2027.
Awesome.
A lot of
Okay, well, let's get started. All right. So Fida, Zane, you guys back? Well, I'm gonna start off. you know what? I'm just gonna crank it out. All right, here we go. All right. So hopefully you guys are paying attention. Yeah. Fida did number 5. Good for you. Okay. Okay, now that we kind of have an understanding of how to write a PCR, um, it's very easy to for this to become almost punitive in terms of like oh, I got to do another patient care report. This has never been anybody's favorite job. Okay, um, so but there's a reason for it. The reason for it is that every call needs to be documented, and it needs to be it needs to be documented in a way that will address the people who will probably read it. And so, in my opinion, most of your patient care reports are not are not even going to be read by anybody. Okay, they're just simply going to be like you turn it in, the nurse signs it at the desk, and then probably nobody's ever going to read it again, and that's just the way it goes. But I can tell you from experience that there are lots of people that would be interested in reading your patient care reports. They don't want to read all of them. I've written probably about 20,000 patient care reports, um, and we under various types of systems, like we use paper. Now it's computerized, but I mean, for most of my career, we've actually had it computerized. I worked at the cab, and they had 55,000 run forms that they had to keep up with every year. And, when the public needed a copy of a patient care report, it was impossible for them to provide it for them. So they went and invested in the infrastructure to do a digital patient care report. And so we were bringing these little Panasonic CF29 tough books into people's houses and running and collecting information. And the information that we collected is pretty much the same information that you guys are getting that's available now. And so there's been an entire, the information revolution has revolutionized. Well, I've said it twice. Has the information revolution has changed how EMS looks at what we do. I don't think. I mean, if we have all the data in the world, we've had all the data in the world. Still, the same stupid fucking people read it and don't understand what it means. And so we collect all this information. So that's where it gets frustrating. It's just sort of like like you as a provider feel like you're like this is just punitive, and the uh, and then the information masters want all of this information about every call. But I'll be honest with you, the current version, my opinion about the current version of NIMSIS, which is the database, which is what all this stuff is designed off of, it's pretty good. It actually collects a lot of data that you would have had to have remembered to type in, or you would have had to remember to actually write about in your narrative. So I mean, I remember, like we would run a call and it would be something bad happened to somebody and we screwed up or something, and somebody would say, "Hey, like who's like, let's let Gary write this up. He writes better patient care reports." And I've been, like I said, I've written a lot of patient care reports, and my style has changed significantly over the years. Um, but so I'm going to introduce you to my what I'm where I'm at with it now. What I think you should write based off of all of the information that you have. So again, like you had to remember to write stuff in there in order to get it on paper, and now the system really sort of pulls it out of you. Now I will say this is one criticism that I have about these systems, and I've said it 1,000 times, and that is y there's really no reason why you should have to do this patient care report by yourself. It doesn't have to be a solo writer. This is what the even my Gemsys, the image trend software, it is designed where you can have multiple parties contributing to a single patient care report. It was already like that. Um, so it's to me, in my opinion, I feel like a dispatcher, someone who's handling the role of dispatcher, could keep up with the times and the information about the call and contribute to that patient care report as its record, and then you could, um, or that data could be imported into it. And obviously, if you're going to a call where you know the person who the person is, which is, I mean, honestly, like all of your calls at Delta Med or Luke Medical, you've been there before, right? So, I mean, why would you need to keep adding this person's information in there? It should already be there. You shouldn't even have to select it from a list. Like we know that's what we were going to see because we go and pick this guy up every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday to take him to dialysis. It's like you already knew that. Like the report should almost already be written. About the only thing you would need to contribute to it is the is a set of vital signs and a narrative. That should be all you have to put into a patient care report. And that's my criticism of it, is that we have not progressed to where this is done. Maybe moving forward, maybe AI could put a lot of this crap in there. I don't know. Maybe that's possible. You know, also, and from a non-private ambulance, like if you're doing 911, they really have 911 has the same problem, except the only difference is it's the same dumbass people are calling 911 over and over again, and you're seeing the same people over and over again. You just don't realize it. You spent your whole life running. You might spend 10 years at this ambulance service. You might say, "Man, I've ran like, since I've been for the last 10 years, I've ran, 8,000 calls. You didn't have 8,000 patients. You probably only had 750 patients. You just didn't realize it. You've seen these people before, you just don't remember. So, but the cool part is that the people that write the software, they did remember. They understood the realities of EMS is extremely. You can totally see it in how the software designs are. So what I like to do. So I'm going to do is I'm going to narrate my way through this little video that I created. This in AI. It's kind of funny because AI does a bunch of strange things. So Let's have a good time watching this video. All right, so here we are at the ambulance service, and I did this in AI, and it's just it's so weird. I just left the weird stuff in there. All right, here's our heroes. They are at the ambulance service, and I told the AI I wanted a Type 2 ambulance, and look, it says Type 2 on the side of the ambulance. It's so funny. All right, so anyway, these two are looking stalking their ambulance, and we know that is not what the inside of an ambulance looks like. And I'm working on it. I'm trying to learn how to do this and be better at AI, make it more accurate. This guy has some kind of fetish with tape. It's so weird. She apparently does also. Oh, her name's Angela. Look at that. All right, here they go on this crappy Norinco looking Chinese bullshit radio. They get a call. And so there's a little some dialogue that goes on. Dispatcher number one needs to respond to a call. So they got to stop what they're doing with the tape or whatever, and we grab assing in the back of this ambulance, and he's going to get on the radio. And he could have just said we're en route, but apparently he had a lot more to say. Look how long this goes on. 10-4, we're en route. That's all he had. That's all you had to say. All right, so now we're en route to the call. And the ambulance is speeding. It's actually a different ambulance. It's speeding through town, and I think AI looks at Toronto or to Canada. I think AI this if you said cityscape and you told it to AI, it would just automatically do Canada, which is about right. That's about right. I feel like that's reasonable. What else would AI pick? All right, so now we're at the house in yet a different ambulance, and the lady meets us at the door, which actually happens all the time. I mean, hell, I've had them meet us at the mailbox. All right, so they're bringing all their equipment into the house, but yet there's a different ambulance over here. All right, so the so anyway, the lady's sitting in her living room, and now we are obviously going to have a conversation, and it's being filmed, which is also weird. All right, so he's going to talk to her, and apparently he has different uniforms that he wears. I don't know. And it looks you recognize the stethoscope. Apparently, she checks your blood pressure so hard that your arm bleeds. It's pretty funny. Oh, now he inappropriately touches the patient. Like, oh, let me look here. Does it hurt when I touch there? Oh, it's so bad. I mean, I didn't make this up. AI did that. All right, now, okay, somehow they got a hospital bed in her room, but let's just pretend that's a stretcher. Mm. All right, and then oh yeah, notice that. Oh yeah, hold on, I gotta say, notice that all the cloning went on here. All right, so now not only do we have a different person in the back of the truck. All right, hold on. All right, so now the patient, the female medic here is also the patient, and the other medic has cloned himself, and there's a hospital bed here. It's so good. I mean, like you couldn't make this up. It's so weird. People that do AI, they call that hallucination, by the way. All right, so anyway, we couldn't play again, and moving right along. Uh, I don't know what she's like dragging the ambulance into the hospital with her backpack on. All right, and then nothing about giving a report to the nurse or anything like that. And anyway, uh, these two are patting themselves on the back, like "Good job, partner." Mm. All right, anyway, they're back to. Oh yeah, notice the hospital beds. They look like quilts. Like there's somebody making quilts or something in there. It's awesome. All right. All right. So anyway, that was the video. I hope you like that. All right. So your thoughts? Oh, Tyrell. Okay, no problem. Tyrell sent. Let's see. Well, look. Let's just try to put this into a cogent story that we can all kind of relate to. Okay. All right. So, hold on. Let me help Tyrell real quick. All right, Tyrell, this is the email I have for you. Yeah, it was. All right. It's an abdominal pain. Good question. All right, so let's just look at the call here. All right, and understand like from a PCR perspective. I mean, look, let's just be honest with you. I mean, like after you run about I don't know about 100 calls. I mean, like after you've been on the ambulance for a while, the calls kind of do feel that way anyway. It's you're working this. It's just like you feel like you've just done this call so many times. It's almost like it's happening to somebody else. Okay, so there's no. Oh, okay. All right. Let me get Tyrella's username and password again. Hold on. Okay. Users. All right. Here we go. Okay. Ben. All right. It's on the way, Tyrell. Okay. All right. So anyway, that's uh, let's do it later. Okay. Um, all right. So where were we? All right. So we were talking about the call. All right. So look, this is a standard issue call. Okay. So like, let's just let's from the perspective of of what we learned in class. Okay. You understand how I view the call. Okay. You're the way everyone views the call should be exactly the way I see it. And that was based off the Chinese menu. All right, so let's start with was the scene size up? Did somebody do a scene size? What was the scene size up like? I mean, was there a scene size up? Yes. Okay. Um, was there primary survey done? Yes. And what kind of follow up assessment was done? Sorry, this thing's not in real time, so there's a little bit of a delay here. All right, so if you had to explain this to an attorney or to somebody who actually had like an important person. Like, yeah, you do a focus history and physical exam, exactly. So the sequence of events basically went like this. So when we write this patient care report, we have to document um, our response in addition to our scene size up, our primary survey, and our focus history and physical exam. Okay, that's what we have to do. And so so like how many different pieces of the puzzle are so there's so we need to make sure that that we represent the scene size up in our in the documentation. How I mean, how could you what like the primary survey? Um, was there anything that was particularly noteworthy about the primary survey that you thought of? I didn't think it was. I didn't think it was anything interesting about the primary survey. The patient was alert. She was talking to us. The patient had was able to speak in complete sentences. Didn't need any oxygen. I feel like she probably didn't need to call 911. I think she could have called, went to primary care, went to or urgent care or something along those lines. Okay, and then finally the focus history and physical exam. So yeah, there was a conversation was had. Okay, a set of vital signs were taken, and a focus history and physical exam was done. He touched her stomach. Okay, and that's it. I mean, it covered that particular. As weird as the video was, they actually covered all the bases. They actually did exactly. They did everything. They didn't have any. There really wasn't that much they didn't do. So let's go back and let's open up a patient care report. Now we're going to do one together. Okay. All right. So we're going to go back into our patient care report system, and I got to log back in because it's timed me out. All right. And I'm going to log in here and I'm going to start a patient care report and I'm going to wait for you to be ready. Okay. So let me know when you're ready to continue. Very good. All right. Rolling. Okay. So incident number. Now we're going to go to transport. Okay. Response number is transport. Okay. We're going to leave this blank like we always do. Okay. There's a reason for that. It's to satisfy the validation monster that's on here. Now, this one here, you're going to need to add, you're going to need to have two crew members. Okay. So again, we got Aimer on here, and let's see who else we can add. How about, Oh, there you go. FIDA. FIDA will be our driver. Pilot response. Awesome. Okay. All right. So when you hit there, boom. All right. So we got the dream team here. Okay. And the um, and then we're going to move on next. Dispatch reason. It was abdominal pain. As you'll recall, this was lower acuity. Okay. Next. EMS call sign is Med 1. This is a BLS equipped ground ambulance. We were the first ambulance service EMS unit on scene. Type of service requested was 911 response to the scene. Response mode to the scene was emergent. As you'll recall, we were driving through Toronto with lights and sirens. Okay. Okay. Number of patients at scene, it was single. I notice when we did that, everything else kind of opened up. Okay. Unit disposition was patient contact was made. Notice that now this whole thing just got uglier. All right, patient evaluation. The patient was evaluated and care provided. The transport disposition will be, we have to log down and uh, patient. It was a transport by this unit. Okay. Incident location was a private residence. It was at 123 Elm Street. Okay, it's in Cambodia, which is 30341. Next. Type of all right, so let's talk about what this is. All right, so a lot of times, again, it seems like a lot of picky information here, but there's a lot of really good information it's trying to collect about your call. So, um, miscellaneous scene information. All right, so the type of scene delay was um, um, the type of let's see. All right, so there was a imagine, if you will, that we were driving along. I mean, here's my favorite delay. The favorite delay that you can't get around is a damn train. Um, it happens all the time. I don't know how many times I got on the like we're listening to somebody going to a call. The dispatch, be advised, we've been delayed by a train. I mean, you don't know how long it. Like some of these trains are miles long. It may take 30 minutes to get around this train. So. Not every place has access to a bridge that goes under or over it or whatever. So the so yeah, that could be a pretty important thing here, but we'll just put not applicable. All right, and moving on. All right, response times. All right, so we're only gonna do some of the response times first because if this thing doesn't make sense in terms of the sequence of times and interventions and stuff, it's gonna flag it. All right, so and again, if it was up to me, you wouldn't have all this validation on here. And I actually told the state office that this would be a much better system if you could turn off the validation for people trying to learn this for like schools and stuff like that, you know. But the so anyway, the so start up here at the top. So we'll just get it to where we made it on scene. Do that. Bam, bam. All right, and then we arrived on scene, and we're just going to stop there. We'll just hold it there. That way, our times can make sense. Okay. And I'm just doing this for you because this validation is very frustrating. I didn't ask. This wasn't my choice to have all this validation here. Okay, it wants us to go flag some other information here. Patient activity was non-acute routine. Now, personally, like so, it kind of depends on who's writing this. It depends on their perspective. As an ambulance person. I would say that if you're alive and talking to me, that it's non-acute, it's routine. You could have called somebody else. You could have gotten your damn car and went to urgent care. You didn't need my help to get to the hospital, right? So anybody that's talking to me and conscious, I consider that to be non-acute routine. Okay, even if they're making a lot of noise and complaining about stuff. All right. Um, level of care provided. It's a BLS, all levels. All right, so moving right along. So now, so like I said, we're going to skip the response. Now we're going to do the patient information. All right, let's talk about like obtaining information from patients. All right, so number one, you probably already transported this patient before. So you should be looking. So like the first step you should always do is find a repeat patient. I mean, like what? How many places that? How many 911 areas only see new patients? I'm going to say that's a pretty small number. I bet you Las Vegas has a lot of new patients, right? I bet you. I bet you Panama City Beach has a lot of new patients. I bet Charleston, South Carolina has a lot of new patients. But beyond that, I mean, really, almost every like even if you were in Los Angeles, I guarantee you the same fucking people are calling every day. They call all the time. So everybody else, unless you live in some kind of a cool special vacation-esque type place, it's pretty much just dealing with the same people all the time. I think another good example might be if your response area happened to have a huge number of interstates. Like DeKalb's pretty well blessed with having 285, I-20, 85, a little snippet of 400 there, where Peachtree Industrial Boulevard, Buford Highway. It's got a lot of really big thoroughfares. So yeah, you did see some people that, but they so there was like you might have a place that has like a large daytime population versus a nighttime population. So that was something that like the city of Atlanta says like virtually nobody lives in Atlanta, but it has a daytime population of something like 5 million people or something along those lines. It's so yeah, you probably will find a confluence of people that are showing up just to go to work, and so yeah, you probably get some new people. And anyway, for the most of us, we're just dealing with the same people every damn time. And so find a repeat patient. You can do it by name. You can scan the person's you can scan the person's card with a barcode scanner, which is kind of a cool feature. All right. Um, but anyway, let's just imagine that, like, let's just play along and say, okay, she's never gone to the hospital with us before. Okay. And obviously, ambulance services do not share information. So I'm going to call her Jane Doe. Her date of birth is 01/01/1981. Okay. And it calculates that she's 45 years old. She is a female and she is white. And yeah, if you've had their social security number, I mean, should you try to get people's social security number? I wouldn't. I mean, that's more of a billing issue than anything. Um, all right, but anyway, it always behooves everyone to just get all the information that you possibly can because you know that you'll be running this call later. So why not just have it all in there? Because you could just import this patient in here as a frequent flyer. So like you could just assume that all new patients will become frequent flyers, and uh, and um, all patients probably were already frequent flyers. All right, so patient address the same as the incident address. Click that. That imports all your scene stuff, all the stuff that we figured out, like like our response information is the same as where she lives, and that's I would say if there was a 90% rule of where people are when they call 911, I would say that you're usually at home. Okay. Closest relative or guardian, we don't worry about that except unless the patient was a minor, which is clearly not the case. All right. Infectious disease. This is something they kind of popped in here during COVID. Um, the you want to try to inquire about some of this. I mean, in some areas, I think people will be more diligent about it than others, but the information is there for you to collect nonetheless. You don't have to put it in there. Some of this, a lot of this information is, voluntary. All right, so patient history. All right, so let's just say when during our discussion with the patient that we found out that she has high blood pressure. Okay, and she's also has diabetes. Ooh, diabetes. Gross. All right. So then, let's say that she has a she like some. So what if she had some other history that she shared with us, like she has a um um surgical removal of sixth finger. I mean, why not? Just having fun here. All right. So, I mean, if you had six fingers, I mean, guess what that means? You could do. You could probably play the trumpet really well. All right. So, medical history obtained from the patient. Let's look at this last oral intake. I mean, this should be sounding really familiar, guys. I mean, come on. We can put the time in here, but we can go here, right? And we go, when was the last time you ate? You go, oh, I ate 2 hours ago. Boom. See that? See how easy that is to document? That's pretty clutch. Presence of emergency information form for special needs. That's a kind of a new thing that's out where they have special needs and psych patients have a emergency information form that gives you all this information, all this information about the patient. So there's actually an actual state form that they have access to. Actually, we're looking at one also specifically for patients with psych conditions. And these, like I said, these are all things that you guys are going to see in the course of your career. All these innovations and information sharing. Because I mean, like in my day, if somebody had a psych problem, you just had to like figure it out. But now they just give you a piece of paper. Spoiled. Advanced directives. Let's just say that she has none. Hadn't really thought about it. Alcohol, drug use, or indicators. All right, so I would put none reported. All right, and then next, possible pregnancy. I would say that she is a female of childbearing years, so I would say it is possible, unconfirmed. And which leads me to what do I think is wrong with this patient? Back to my index of suspicion. I mean, do I think it's her gallbladder? Do I think she's having esophageal varices? Do I think that she's having hepatitis or a hernia? No, I don't think that's what I think she has. There's only one problem I think that she has. Can you guess what I think it is? All right, current medication. So we're going to say that she takes lisinopril. Okay, boom. And they're going to put a dose in here. So I'm going to go with like 10 milligrams. Oops, that's not what I wanted. Oh, no, I didn't want milligrams per kilogram. I just wanted milligrams. Okay, awesome. Boom. Okay. And then hit OK. Oh, well, I guess let's add another medication. She's a diabetic, right? So let's put glyburide on there. Because why not? All right, so metformin. Awesome. A lot of people on that. I don't know. I don't remember what the dosage is for it, but let's go with 20 milligrams. Okay. I don't know. Could be less or more. I actually think it might be like 1 milligram, but I don't know. All right. And then next, all right. Hopefully you guys are still with me here. I'm not just drabbling on here. All right. So medication allergies. Let's say that she is allergic to NSAIDs. Okay. This is where it gets really interesting. I want you to notice all these different types of environmental or food allergen. I mean, they went free range with this. I mean, look at this. Ant sting, bee venom, cat dander, animals, cow milk, protein sensitivity, animals, dander, unspecified, dog dander, animals, feather, hornet sting, horse dander, scorpion venom, spider venom, wasp venom, central allergy, unspecified, hay fever, environmental dust. I mean, it's like crazy, man. Look at all this shit. I think there was one here that had let's see, let's see if we can. Oh yeah, here's one that got me. This was really blew my mind. Fruits, vegetables, fruit, olive oil, strawberries. Hold up, it's coming. Nuts, cashew, seafood. And a lot of people are allergic to seafood. Food, potatoes. Oh yeah, potatoes is on here. Mushroom. There it is. Look at that. She's allergic to potatoes. God dang. I mean, how are you allergic to a potato? That's crazy. Potato allergy. Man, it's sad. I can't imagine that. I mean, it's crazy. How can you be allergic to potatoes? All right, well, you're probably not going to get a bunch of immunization information, but if you did, you could pop it in there, and you should, because guess what? Why should you include all this information? Because you'll be seeing the patient again sometime. That is why you should do this. It's a freaking guarantee. Okay, it's guaranteed this person is will call you next week. All right, barriers to patient care. We didn't experience any, but what exactly is a barrier to patient care? It could be a wide variety of things, such as alcohol, everybody's drunk, you're at a bar. I've had this before, religious. Like if you had a patient who you're there to see a female who is having a gynecological or obstetric problem, and it happens to be in a religion that doesn't that precludes men from talking to women, and then maybe the and so they're like, oh well, can't you send a female ambulance here? And I was like, we ain't got no female ambulances, so if you don't want us here, we'll go. Bye, you know. And so the that's just how it goes. We just don't have anything, you know. Um, so drug use could be in something like a shooting gallery or whatever. All right, emotional distress. The patient could be upset, unconscious, uncooperative. Okay. All right. So anyway, there you go. That's barriers to care. But let's say we didn't notice any. None noted. And again, a lot of people. This whole thing really pisses people off. All this piddly data, right? But I'm just saying, this is actually helping you write a really good patient care report, not a good narrative. Okay, what you're going to find about my narrative is because we went through all this crap, we don't have to be that good at writing anything. Okay, you can just simply write something in there and just kind of tell the story, and it doesn't have to be that good. And I mean, I remember we were sitting there at an EMS conference, and we were talking about they put some narratives in there that people had, and the narratives were like really basic, and they're like, "Can you believe this is what people are writing? I mean, what the fuck? I mean, like these people can't write at all. This is what they put on here." And I was thinking to myself, "Wait, really? After you go through all this data dumping here, like what do you have to write? You know?" But anyway, I try to just go along with it. All right, providers and primary impression was abdominal pain. So let's see if we can find that pain. We'll go down to the pain section. I don't like how they organize these drop down boxes. I don't really like this at all. Okay, pain, abdomen, boom. Okay. Primary, secondary, we didn't have one. No, not applicable. Okay. Initial patient acuity. I'm going to go again. This is like what is it, whatever your um, definition for this is going to be. I personally, like, I don't care how much people are whining and moaning about pain or how much drama they're causing. I don't base it off of drama. I base it off of like level of consciousness. Okay. This was not a cardiac arrest. There was no possible injury. And it was, we don't think it was a stroke. And again, I don't see anybody. Well, if we don't think it's a stroke, what do we think it is? Let me just type it in here. Hmm. Okay. All right. Don't worry about this. All right. There's no pregnancy history for us to get. Vital signs. All right. So now we got to include a set of vital signs. Now, all patient care reports require a set of vital signs. It has to be a complete, at least one complete set is all that's required here. All right. So, and honestly, you could um, you can import this data. This can actually come from your like LifePak 15 or will Bluetooth all the data to your laptop. So I really believe like the ambulance should just be driving around collecting information. Like all you do is just log in. Most of it's already done. That's the way I feel about it. I can't really get a bunch of people behind that, which is surprising. But but yeah, this is what burns people out. You know, like you get behind, you get like three calls behind. You're having they're asking all this bullshit. I mean, it really gets on people's ass to have to do this. Um, all right, so here we go. It's pretty basic. It's not unlike what I had on my website for collecting vital signs. So we got one 160 over 100. We have a heart rate of 100. We palpated the heart rate measurement. We said it was the O2 sat was 98%. The pulse was regular. The respiratory rate was 20. Respiratory effort was normal. Obviously, do you think? Yeah, there you go. Bingo, you got it. Do you think the patient needs oxygen? I'm going to say there was no obvious respiratory distress, and her O2 sat was her nasal cannula indicator light didn't go off. So sometimes, look, they have newer devices that collect carbon monoxide. A little paranoid, if you ask me, but the all right, blood sugar level is 160. Also, sometimes the machine doesn't give you a number; it just says high or low. I don't know if you know that. All right, let's talk about the Glasgow Coma Scale. We really haven't talked about the Glasgow Coma Scale. I kind of bring it up closer to the end when we start talking about head injury patients because that's really what the Glasgow Coma Scale was really designed to assess. Somehow, in some way, every patient has to be evaluated the Glasgow Coma Scale on all patient care reports. Fortunately, they've always had some kind of a little form or a little calculator like this one has. All right, so this is kind of you got to think about the Glasgow Coma scale as a 3 to 15 scale because like a dead person's three, by the way. Um, it gives you a 3 to 15 scale that basically that not only that deals with that's correct, Zane. Childbearing years. She's got an ectopic pregnancy. The Glasgow Coma Scales is sort of a merge between the level of consciousness um, and determining if and what level, how much of altered mental status the patient has. So a drunk person would not get 15. A drunk person might get 14 or 13. Okay. Um, so that's just how it goes. So it gives you the full continuum of a patient's. mental status and level of consciousness, and it puts it in a concise numeric form. It's extremely useful for head injuries. Just so you know, the fact that is the primo way to describe a head injury. So if you have a person with altered mental status, the Glasgow Coma Scale is very useful to the hospital. Now we don't sit around and think about our Glasgow Coma Scale, but you got to think about the Glasgow Coma Scale and its importance. Let's say you had a person who had been hit in the head, and the patient has a is confused, and so they get like a 13 on the Glasgow Coma Scale instead of 15. Okay, what does that really kind of tell the hospital? Well, it tells the patient, it tells the hospital that this is a minor diffuse axonal injury, meaning it's basically a concussion. It's a minor injury. Uh, Now, what if the Glasgow Coma Scale was less than 8? Then they're probably telling you to go to a different hospital. Okay, that's kind of the way it goes. So yeah, it's used to help describe your patient, mainly to the hospital. All right, so Glasgow Coma Scale qualifier, just say it was, and if it didn't need anything, it was no. So these are qualifiers. So like initial GCS has legitimate values without intervention, such as intubation or sedation. Eye obstruction presents eye assessment. Patient chemically paralyzed. So it gets some qualifiers for if the number for what you think about if you thought this was a good assessment. Personally, I feel like the Glasgow Coma Scale is best done on a piece of paper, and then and then the you can put it on a piece of paper and you can hand it to the hospital. I feel like that's like the best way to do it. But whatever. All right, you can put their temperature in here. Um, let's see what kind of temperature method. Oh, rectal. I knew it. Okay, I knew I'd leave that alone. All right, so level of consciousness, the patient is alert. The pain scale is a 10, and we'll say it's numeric. Severity tool, stroke screen results. We didn't do it, so no need to include it. All right, so there's no APGAR. All right, so there you go. Boom. Okay, and so we added a full set of vital signs. That is enough for this one to go. Now you might work at an ambulance service where they say, well, we require two sets of vital signs, or we require one full set of vital sign, and the rest can be partial vital signs every 5 minutes. Okay, so but whatever. Okay, all right. So now moving right along. Um, so it has some kind of a problem with our vital signs. So let's go back and check this out and see what it. Oh, there it is. Okay, it wanted to know measure of blood pressure, and we said it was a auscultated blood pressure. All right, great, awesome. Okay, so there you go. So we're just kind of we're riding the validation a little bit. All right, so now let's go back before we write our narrative. Let's just finish everything else. So that's the way I like to do the narrative last. Okay, I like to spend most of my time working on the data here because this is the part that's really important. Just so you know, the data is like no one can really export if your the data in there serves another purpose as well. They use this for researching purposes. So someone like myself could go and do a query and state off. I've requested queries before. I've had a lot of times where they just turn me down, but sometimes they let me. They don't let me into the system. They do have a system now where you can get some reports and you can do some sort of minimal querying, but I haven't really seen it. And I mean, you also like how useful is the data anyway? But I had some. If you have a very specific question, you can definitely get a very specific answer. All right. So next is so now moving right along, you've got um, so let's go to transport destination. So we transported one patient. The patient was moved. Look, back in the day, you had to actually like write this into your narrative. Okay, this was like a big deal. And like that was like out of all the things in your patient care report, how you got the patient to the ambulance was probably one of the more important details that was actually in the patient care report. Which is believable because you got to think about who would be interested to know how you got this patient to the ambulance. Well, if you're taking a dialysis patient in the hospital and you said you just walked their ass, then why couldn't they just walk their ass to their car? And so now we can't justify transporting this patient by ambulance. You see, that's how it works. So having to like justify or explain how you do it. There's a lot of places I do not have a problem with people walking to the ambulance on a 911 call. I really don't. I have a problem walking pregnant patients to the hospital. Obviously, I think we talked about that. Um, I have a serious problem. Like I remember we have if you have a person that's dizzy, like we had a guy we used to pick up all the time. His blood pressure was fucking crazy high. It was like 240 over something ridiculous. He always called 911, and then but he could walk. And my partner was like, "Oh, let's just let him walk," because the guy weighed like 400 pounds. I'm like, "Dude, if this guy gets dizzy and falls, do you really want to go out there and pick him up?" I was like, "Hell no." I mean, just out of risk management perspective, I'll probably carry more patients. I'll probably move more patients just simply because I thought it was a risk management problem just to let somebody like that walk. So, I mean, if you think about it, like think about that for a second. Do they let you walk out of the hospital when you get discharged? No, they don't. They're supposed to put you in a wheelchair and take you to the front door. I don't know if you ever noticed that. That's the reason why it's risk management. You can learn so many things from nurses. All right, transport mode from the scene. Clearly, this is a non-emergent. If any of you drove lights and sirens to this call, I would laugh at you. Lights and sirens to the hospital. All right, position of patient during transport. So here's the options. Generally, it's semi-Fowlers, which is a sort of a reclining at a 45-degree angle. If the patient was sitting directly up, it would be it would just be the Fowler's position. Fowler's Fowlers and semi-Fowlers. Um, the left lateral recumbent, right lateral recumbent. Believe it or not, there are people that actually transport patients in the prone position. Can you believe that? Why would you put that in there? There's no reason to transport somebody in the prone position. Like there's no reason at all. I had a student in the class and she had been either in EMS or adjacent to EMS, and she was like, Bob, she gave me some question about, we were talking about patient positions. Like, oh yeah, so when you transport the patient in the prone position, how do you secure them to the sensor? Well, I wouldn't secure anybody. I wouldn't transport anybody in the prone position. That doesn't make any sense. Why would anybody do that? It's like, oh, blah, 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 blah. They do it all the time. I'm like, that sounds kind of fucked up to me. Don't ask me about my opinion about that group. All right. But anyway, it's semi-Fowler's done. All right. EMS transport method was ground ambulance. Okay. All right. Destination info is next. So he hit next. He wants to know the destination name. We could pick a hospital. Let's say DeKalb Regional Medical Center. Okay. Reason for choosing the destination was a patient choice. Now, when you work on an ambulance, you'll find that how you chose like what hospital you can go to is limited by a document called a uh, hospital with a reasonable hospitals within reasonable distance. There's usually a little document in there that comes with an ambulance. If they were really squared away, not only would they have that document out in a little book, they'd also have a map and an actual map of the hospital grounds for all the hospitals that you could go to. Okay, and but most do not. It's usually pretty half-ass as far as administratively being ran. The but so where can you go? So one, despite whether you have it in your truck or not, every ambulance service that especially that does 911 calls does a um has a has a list of hospitals within a reasonable distance. Okay, that's the first part, and then so if a person say, let's say you're in Atlanta, and the patient says, I need you to go take me to um, Columbus Regional in Columbus, Georgia. You're like, well, no, we can't go down there. It's too far. We can't do that. Then that's how you get away with not going to these places. Um, the other part is that what if the patient wants to go to XYZ hospital and but the hospital's on diversion, but the patient wants to go there anyway. What do you do? Well, by law, you have to take them where they want to go. Okay. So, I mean, like you'll find people will abuse the patient by just put on some fucking puppet show and saying, "Oh, well, I just called the hospital and they really want us to go to this other hospital, so that's where we're going to go." Okay, so fuck off, because they didn't want to drive 30 miles out of their way or whatever to go to the hospital. I mean, there's a right way to do stuff and there's a wrong way to do stuff, and that happens all the time. Um, anyway, the patient gets is the largest factor here is the patient choice. If the patient needed to go to a specialty hospital like a trauma center or a stroke hospital, and the patient didn't want to go there, then that's also the patient's choice. Well, I don't want to go there. I need to go to this other hospital because that's where my doctor's located. And you're like, okay, well, and then the have them sign a refusal saying like you want to go. We wanted to take you to this hospital, and you need to go to that, and you want to go to this hospital. That's fine. Just cover it with a patient refusal. And even like how big of a refusal does it have to be where the patient signed an actual document? No, you can just document the patient wanted to go to. We wanted to take the patient to the stroke center. The patient wanted to go to Capital Hospital, and so we transported it as according to the patient's wishes. As long as it's documented, it should be fine. All right. Hospital capability is a just a regular old hospital. All right. All right. Pre-hospital alerts. All right. So a hospital alert is, let's say we had a patient who was a stroke patient. So we would have a stroke alert. So these are the different types of alerts. You got sepsis. Some hospitals have sepsis alert. So like a lot of hospitals have gotten on board with the whole idea that you could use EMS as an early warning system for things. And so they have like things like sepsis, adult trauma, obstetrics, pediatric trauma, STEMI. We've done a STEMI alert before, stroke. Trauma is when you're going to a trauma center, you're going to activate the trauma team. So these are all alerts. And there could be others. And think about it like this. What if you went to a trauma center and you said that you called the trauma center and they said, okay, we'll see you when you get here. And then when you got there, they said, oh, well, we didn't get an alert. And you say, well, that's bullshit because I did an alert here on, I did an alert. This is the time that I did the alert. So it could be something like a lot of times. I mean, like a lot of times. I mean, of course, obviously, if you do things over the radio, which you should be doing, by the way, all your communications with the hospital need to be done over the radio because it's very easy to record radio transmissions. Okay, so you guys are calling on a phone because you don't want to be measured up to everybody else on the radio or whatever reason people are doing, or you don't want to piss off the nurse at the hospital. At the end of the day, there's a lot of reasons to use a radio. One of those things is that radios, just by their very nature, are always recorded. So you know exactly when you called and did you call and all this stuff. These are all little issues that pop up later on. And yeah, trust me, that hospital, like a bunch of doctors and nurses and stuff, they will throw your ass under the bus in 2 seconds flat. Don't think they won't do it either. Okay, so now let's go up here and look at look. Now let's go back up here and look at the um, the times. So now we can go on here and we can finish our times. So now our times will be in sequence. Okay. All right, great. And now that leaves us with mileage. Just put some numbers in here that make sense. And again, the odometer reading. Uh, Again, done with the odometer reading, right? The uh, so the odometer reading, like that should be just imported in there. Okay. All right. So now we're down to the last the narrative. Hold on, it had some information. Miscellaneous scene information. Oh, type of scene delay. No delay. Okay. Now we're at 100%, and there's no narrative been written. Look at that. See that? And could you uh, just turn it in like that? Yeah, absolutely. You kind of could, but there's somebody needs to tell the story about what happened. Okay, so there's a lot of different types of narrative writing formats that are out there. There's chart, there's SOAP, there's SOTC. I think you should just, because of all the data, like again, these are all charting types. These are all formats that people came up with to make sure that they included all the information. But you can see that there's just been this massive anal pursuit in creating all these data points for your patient care report, right? So what really even needs to be said? Not that much. So this is what I think you should say. After all of that, I think you should just tell us what happened in your own words. And in your own words are my words because I gave them to you in the Chinese menu. Okay. So here it is. So scene size up. One patient. No MOI. Scene was safe. Primary survey. Patient was alert. No respiratory distress. Speaking in complete sentences. Radial pulses. I mean, there was a time that we would have said 3+ equal radial pulses. But I mean, who gives a crap? It doesn't matter. No one, you're not impressing anybody with your knowledge of how to grade pulses. All right. Look, it tells the whole story. Did we have to do CPR on her? No. Did we need to give her oxygen? No. Done. Let's move on. Focus history and physical exam. The only thing that really wasn't talked about was what you suspected was a suspect ectopic pregnancy, and then we palpated abdomen. There was nothing really on there about palpating the abdomen. And if you recall from the video, it was very awkward. Okay. Look, we already know that what hospital she went to. We already know that we already recorded that we contacted the hospital. We already know about this. So like what needs to be said? I mean, you could slam it up like this. You go transport, or you could go treatment, assess, contact. I mean, I think that's fine. There's no need. Let's also consider the fact that do you think that there will be a lot of interest about this call downstream? Do you think there'll be a doctor interested in this, or an attorney, or a billing service? Do you think anybody is going to care about this call? I don't think they will. I don't think anybody is going to give a shit about this call. That's what I think about it. I don't think it's just like did anything happen that we weren't that we were not proud of? No, I mean other than the awkward palpating the abdomen, that was a little bit weird. But beyond that, the call went as scheduled. We drove across. We got the call. We drove across town, lights and sirens. We arrived at the patient's house. We asked questions. We took vital signs. We did everything that we were supposed to do. So, all right, bam. So then we're going to save it. We're going to close it out, and we're going to finish it, and then we're going to close it out. Oh, look at that. All right, Tyrell. Thank you. I see you did your PCRs. All right, so looks like we got time for one more call. So why don't y'all finish this up, and then I'm gonna give you a minute here to finish up here, and I will, and then we can come back. Well, why don't we reconvene here? So work on your patient care reports. Let's try to come back. I'll come back here and reconvene and start another one in about 10 minutes. So how about 12:45? We're gonna go do the next call. Okay.
I wonder why so many intellectuals and academics are often left leaning and drawn to socialism. Well, it has to do with a hero complex. There's an economist by the name of Joseph Schumpeter, and he explained this really well in one of his books, Capitalism, Socialism, and Democracy. He explained that highly developed industrialized capitalist societies create enough abundance to produce a large quantity of this intellectual class. And these people are like journalists, college professors, lawyers, political theorists, academics, and they're often very resentful of capitalism. And this resentment really stems from the fact that capitalism mostly rewards entrepreneurs, inventors, merchants, and businessmen, people who actually produce real goods and services for society. It doesn't do much to reward these intellectuals because most of them don't produce anything. Their products are usually ideas, critiques, and theories about
All right, are you guys ready for another call? Sweet. All right, very good. All right, so let's go ahead and let's get ready to watch another video. Okay, so in this particular scenario, so yeah, we're back to working at the ambulance service again, and here we go. We got our ambulance crew, and uh, look at how many different clone versions of themselves there are. It's so awesome. Okay, so we get a call. We're en route to the call. Apparently, people are walking on the outside of the call. The fire department calls and they cancel and apparently the patient died. Oh, I'm sorry, this is the wrong one. All right, so I'm sorry. So all right, let me back up here. All right, so basically what's happening here is so you get this call. I tell you these imagery from AI is so weird. All right, the call we receive the call. We're en route to the call. We're getting updates about the call. We contact the dispatcher, and the dispatcher said, and then the dispatcher, they're concerned about. They get an update that it's a pediatric patient that's been hit by a car. So they coordinate with the dispatcher to get a helicopter there. And now people are also, and so they go to the scene and they put the child on a stretcher. And obviously he should be on a backboard, but whatever. Only so much I could do with AI. They put him in the ambulance, and then they wait for the helicopter to get there. They set up a landing zone, and the helicopter lands and then transports the patient to the hospital. And yes, that's a clone of the child as well. And now everybody's wearing a flight suit. It's so weird. Okay. And then we all, I guess, pat ourselves on the back about how great this call went. All right, so let's just review this again. All right, so a ambulance is dispatched. Okay, receive the call while we're trying to stalk the ambulance, and then we go to 123 Elm Street, which is hilarious. And then there is a we get reports that it's a child that's been struck by an auto, and then we call for a helicopter with that they send. We make it to the scene. We basically take care of the patient, put him in the ambulance, and then we turn the care over to the helicopter crew. All right. And so exactly how is this going to be? How does this work on the Chinese menu? Okay. All right. So it looks like this. So on the Chinese menu, it looks like this. So we got a scene size up, we have a primary survey, we have a rapid trauma assessment, and then actually you guys are going to do like while you're in the back of the ambulance waiting for the helicopter, you'll have done a set of vital signs and taken some and done maybe a focus system physical exam because at this point you know the in-ambulance secondary survey the first two things you do in the in-ambulance secondary survey is get the patient's name and date of birth, sample history, take a set of vital signs, do some kind of care that you wanted to do. but didn't have time to do because you're, trying to get off the scene. Now, let's just look at some of the dynamics of a helicopter call. All right, so normally this would be like a load and go patient, but does it really look like there's a lot of loading and going here? I'm going to say no. See, it's almost kind of like the opposite. When you call for a helicopter, it's kind of the opposite. So like even the helicopter people, when the helicopter crew shows up to your call, they are going to they're going to definitely be more interested in handling whatever kind of patient care, and while the patient's still stuck in the back of your ambulance, and they're not in a big rush either, because they can't really do any patient care in the helicopter. That's the bottom line. That once the person's in the helicopter, it's almost just a ride to the hospital. So they can do things like thank you. They can do things like continue like they can do things like ventilate the patient or put them on a vent or run some blood or some type of fluids or give some medications. But for the most part, they're not doing very much of anything in the back of the ambulance. So, I mean, in their helicopter. So now the ambulance provides them with a little bit of space where they can work and they can operate and they can do whatever, and then to get the patient into the helicopter, at which point they'll basically buckle down and won't be doing that much else. Okay, so that's kind of the nature of a helicopter call. Um, so you're still doing the same stuff, but there's no emphasis really on rapid transport because nothing says rapid transport like aviation, right? So let's log back in. We're going to start us up another patient care report. Okay, so now we're going to start our patient care report, and you can just do what I do and talk my way through this so you can follow along. Okay, all right. Incident number is going to be helicopter. Okay, and then we're going to leave the rest. We're going to come back for the rest. Okay, so this time we're going to get our dream team together. It's going to be Aimer, always dependable, always the first one on the list, and Fita, of course. Actually, let's do Kleinschmidt. Oh, there he is. Ha ha! Look at that. Boom. So Kleinschmidt is our driver. I know he's not in here. Okay. Oops. All right. Dispatch reason is a traffic accident. Okay. Dispatch priority was uh, critical. EMD, or I don't know what the difference between emergent and critical is. I don't know exactly which one it is. Which one's what? I don't know. EMD performed. Oh yeah, do you guys know what EMD is? All right, just a little primer on EMD. So again, for years and years and years, ambulances had to be staffed with paramedics. Okay, those days are over. So now you guys get to know, now your guys are the new paramedics, right? So the 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 problem was that there had always been shortages. Also, actually, it wasn't so much a shortage of ambulances that brought this about. It was the realization that lights and sirens are dangerous. So a lot of accidents occur to ambulances. We cause accidents and we're involved in accidents a lot when we turn our lights and sirens on. So the idea behind North American Priority Dispatching was to um, basically to delay to basically determine if an ambulance the dispatcher could determine if the call could be uh, if they could wait another 10 minutes to get an ambulance there as opposed to trying to get to the 8-minute response time. Well, I don't think they realized how it was going to be used, or if it was going to be used. A lot of places don't have the um, a lot of places don't really use the American dispatching system, the American Party dispatching system to its full extent. So they'll actually have dispatchers who are trained in emergency dispatching and using the protocols and stuff like that. But all the ambulances and all the emergency equipment will still be dispatched as emergent, simply to not make people wait longer. Personally, I don't believe that you should. The only reason why you should drive lights and sirens to an emergency is because you need to get there faster, because for the patient's sake. I really don't believe you should go to a call. You should rush your call because you're running late for dialysis or whatever. That's my personal opinion. I don't, or whatever. So like, I don't think that customer service should have anything to do with it. It should be only about safety. If the patient has to wait 45 minutes for an ambulance to get there, I think that's fine. Um, the But look, I mean, look, you're going to be working you might be working for an ambulance service, or even worse, a fire department. They're the worst ones. They are going to they go out of their way to kiss everybody's ass, and they would be damned if they can, that they would be a really problem for them at the next year's budget meeting if you had to make someone wait longer than necessary for an ambulance to get there. So anyway, um, ambulance services that don't care about all that customer service will probably be replaced with fire departments. This is the bottom line. This is the fire department knows what they're doing. So I point my finger at the fire department. They actually know what they're doing. So it's a customer service issue. So that, yeah, for the sake of customer service, they will be happy to ask you to risk your life driving lights and sirens, and that'll be fun for a time. You'll love it because you're driving through town all the time, lights and sirens. But it gets old. It's gonna get old. At some point, you'll get tired of that. Anyway, that's what priority dispatching is all about. So let's just say that there was no dispatching, because I mean, like, honestly, that's not the call. That's not the type of call that they use the emergency medical dispatching on. They use that for lower acuity calls. They're trying to do is, if someone's been hit by a car, it's all hands on deck. It's like, yeah, just send it to the dispatcher. Like, they're done talking about it. They're just trying to get more information about the location and the condition of the patient. All right, so this is EMS Med One, and we got a BLS ground unit. You were the first unit on scene. Type of service requested is 911 response. It was immediate. It's emergent. There's a single patient. You made patient contact, and yes, you can see the whole thing just opens wide up, and now this thing becomes a lot less friendlier now that you just made patient contact. So, patient was evaluated and care provided. The crew disposition was initiated and continued primary care. The transport disposition was transport by this unit. Incident location type is a street. Oh, I think it says roadway. Oh, there it is. At some point in time, we're gonna have to get these fucking Canadians out of our, to like let's get some Americans right intersection or street. Give me a break. Roadway. What? Okay, incident street address is 123 Elm Street. It happened to good old Cambodia. Okay, response times. Again, we're gonna do what we did before. We're just going to they're just gonna get all the time and stuff updated right up until we make contact with the patient. Okay. So yeah, boom, boom. This is gonna help make the debt make this make a lot more sense. And again, I really truly believe that all this information should already be in there. I mean, honestly, come on. Like if you have an entire dispatching system, this all this data should already be there. You shouldn't have to put this in there yourself. That's just ridiculous. Um, and maybe it doesn't matter to most people, but it mattered to me. I spent a long time on the ambulance. I spent a lot of time thinking, damn, how many of these? I mean, why couldn't this data information already be in the report? It really just was like it just added more to the call and again, you're getting your ass kicked all the time, and um, you're like, um, you're like all this stuff adds up, obviously. All right, so now we got our times in, number of patients in disposition, or let's see, I think it had a critical patient, final patient acuity. I would call this critical. We have a patient that has been struck by an auto as a pediatric patient. Level of care provided, BLS, all levels. Okay. All right, we're going to come back and finish those times later. All right, so now we're going to go into patient information. So again, I don't want to go back into the diatribe about how you've probably seen this patient before, which you probably have actually. They fucking call 911 all the damn time. But anyway, let's make his name Doe John, and we'll say that his date of birth is 01/01/2021. So that makes him 5 years old. Sex is a male. It is a white person. Body weight. Okay, so how much does a 5-year-old weigh? Would you like a quick and easy answer? I mean, we didn't weigh him or anything, right? But I'm going to put a number on there. Let me tell you how I arrived at this number, and I'm going to type it in here. Okay, just so you know, infants weigh 10 kilograms. Children, toddlers weigh 20 kilograms. Older children weigh 30 kilograms. Done. So how much do I think he weighs? He weighs 30 kilograms. Boom. And how off am I? I'm not that far off. It's close enough. You just need a number to work with. That's all. It ain't got to be perfect. Okay. So, yeah. And in fact, I'll do all my drug dose calculations based off that too. We got a 5-year old. He probably weighs 30 kilograms. That's 66 pounds. That's about right, actually. So, all right, patient address. Let's say he lives at the same place. A lot of bad things happen at 123 Elm Street. And in case you don't get the movie reference, that's from Friday the 13th. That was the address of the house, 123 Elm Street. Just so you know. All right. Prior to symptom onset, okay, we have no, we don't know anything about infectious diseases. Medical surgical history, we're going to say that the patient has none reported. We're going to say none reported here for alcohol indicators, at least for the patient. Okay. That doesn't mean like, was the kid hit by a drunk driver? That would be a little bit that's not what that means. It means was like it was there. I mean, unless there was maybe some alcohol, some drug or alcohol paraphernalia at the scene, doesn't preclude this from being a drunk driver. Because again, we're taking care of the patient. All right, possible pregnancy? Nope. We can pretty much guarantee that that is not a possibility. I don't know what possible pregnancy. Hell, I guess just don't put anything in here. All right. Anyway, it's kind of weird how that validation works. All right. Current medications, none reported. Good enough. Type of medication, allergies. How about for the most part, they have none reported other than this peanut allergy or I guess now we're also allergic to potatoes. I mean, I don't know how the hell people could be allergic to potatoes. That I'm gonna have to look this up. All right, immunizations, don't know about, don't care. Triage classification for an MCI patient. Well, I don't know. This doesn't not applicable. This was not a um, it's not a mass casualty incident. I don't know how we got flagged into this. Did we put more than one patient in here? Let's see. Number of patients. Single. I don't know. That's weird. Okay, moving right along. Man, this one just won't go away. All right, let's just make it. Um, I don't know. I don't know why they. I don't know why they would require you to put a met tag on there. That doesn't make any sense. Barriers to patient care. I would say none noted. Patient complaints. Let's say that the patient is complaining of neck and back pain, and it happened. You can see. Um, how about like for 10 minutes? Okay, it's kind of a stupid question to ask, but anyway, primary symptom was neck and back pain, acute pain due to trauma. Boom. Okay. Provider's primary impression is let's see if we can find something on here that fits. Uh, pain related to trauma. Let's go with injury. Injury. Hmm. Oh, here, injury to neck. Here we go. That'll work. Okay. Secondary impression. Let's say none noted, not applicable. Good. And then patient's critical acuity. I mean, honestly, like I mean, I guess back to my definition, the patient is alert and talking to you. It's not a cardiac arrest. It's definitely an injury. It's definitely not a stroke. I'll go back to the bottom. Oh, I see. Got it. Thank you. Yay. Okay. That's why that was on there. I got it. Thank you. I'm a dumbass. Okay, so patient assessments go back to okay. Blunt force trauma. This is going to be trauma mechanism. Cause of the injury was, let's see, accident. Let's see, traffic accident. Let's see. I don't know. Let's find out here. Fall. Oh, MVC. Okay. Uh, hmm, man, wow. All right. Let's see. MVC traffic crash. Oh, crying out loud, man. Let's see. Let's see. Blunt force. Oh, here we go. Boom. Accident. Oh, no. No. Let's see. Struck by auto. How about that? Struck. Let's see. Mechanical force. Okay. All right. Whatever. Mechanism is blunt. Okay. So, age is less than 10. So these are the trauma triage criteria. So just so you know, again, if you go like in Atlanta, you kind of can dumb it down the uh, because you dumb it down a little bit because you could just go to Grady. It's a level one trauma center. But again, not everywhere in the response universe is there a level one trauma center that you could go to. So um, Grady is like the supermarket of hospitals. So the so anyway, the so you don't really have to necessarily know all the stuff. You can just go, oh, let's just go to Grady, and that's probably the way it is in every major city in the United States. You probably and in New York, you probably don't have to worry about it. Let's just go to Jacoby, or let's go to or let's go here, let's go there. They can find but if you're in an area that doesn't have all that, you have to like then yeah, there's going to have criteria. It's going to be a little more complicated. Um, but this patient minimally meets um, the mechanism criteria. So there's nothing. It doesn't really meet any of the one and two. Let's see. This is so steps one and two refer to the old. Um, steps one and two refer to the old physiologic criteria. Now steps three and four should be. Here we go. This is mechanism criteria. And so this is a pedestrian thrown run over with significant boom. So this meets this criteria. So there's actually an anatomic, a physiologic anatomic. So physiologic criteria was steps one, and this is. Let me just show you what I'm talking about here. It goes back to the CDC's decision scheme. All right, here it is. All right. You might say, "Wow, this is the annotated version of it." Hold on. Okay, here it is. All right. All right. So you see like step one, step two, step three, step four. I don't know how well you can see that, um, but this is the illustration of it. So step one basically was things like um, step one was things like there you go. This was what we used to refer to as physiologic criteria. So this was like changes in Glasgow Coma score, need for secondary, like it was like vital signs. It's a little bit more in detail. So we're basically looking for people who have head injuries or people in shock or near cardiac arrest. The next was an anatomic criteria, step two. And I mean, again, this is all vernacular from the American College of Orthopedic Surgeons. They're the ones that kind of invented this entire thing anyway. They just, CDC kind of took it over and turned it into a flow chart. Which you know what, honestly, I can't bet you about that because you can obviously tell I would have done the exact same thing. So, the two was anatomic. This was like a list of special injuries, like gunshot wound to the torso, stab wound to the torso, um, broken skull fracture, skull fracture, multiple long bone fractures. That's what anatomic criteria step two was about. Step three was mechanism of injury. So the mechanism of injury criteria is like people struck by auto, person was injured with uh, a penetrating wound of any type. Um, a it's just a list of different of mechanisms of injury that would be significant. Fall from greater than 20 feet or three times a child's height. It was that kind of stuff. And then step four was special criteria. They actually came up with that. And this is like people who are on like blood thinners like Eliquis or Coumadin or whatever, they get special treatment or renal failure patients, things like that. So that's what they're talking about. A little context for you. All right. So anyway, so they don't meet um, they don't meet cataract trauma triage criteria steps one or two, but it does meet steps three and four, if that makes sense. Okay. All right, moving right along. All right, so motor vehicle collision incident. So the motor vehicle type was uh, a car. It was a single vehicle. Main area of the vehicle. It was the front bumper. Was a patient? No. Ejection path not applicable. Location of the patient in the vehicle. The patient was outside the vehicle. Yes. All right. Anyway, all right. Exterior damage would have been minor. Airbag deployment. Let's say that's pretty important finding because like if the car had if you got hit by a car and the airbag went off, what does that mean? It means that there is like a It's a greater than 20-mile-per-hour impact, is what that means. So that actually means something to the trauma team. That's a big deal. All right, so let's say they deployed. Okay, we're going to say not applicable. All right. Oh, come on. All right. So yeah, some of this stuff it's kind of gets in the way of trying to write a decent patient care report. Again, the people that put this together, they've done a fantastic job of making this useful. So all right, so pregnancy not useful, vital signs. I'm going to take a set of vital signs. Now we took a set of now when do you take a set of vital signs on a patient in a scene like this? Well, you don't take it during the scene size up, you don't take it during the primary survey, you don't take it during the rapid trauma assessment. Okay, so that you take in the back of the ambulance. So when we move the patient to the back of the ambulance, somebody's job would have been to jump in there and take some vital signs. So that would have that. So this is not going to be our first interaction early, and it's going to this set of vital signs we've taken after we've made patient contact and after we've looked for all these other injuries. Okay, if that makes any sense. And you might say, what difference does it make, Gary? It may not make any difference at all, but do you want to sit on a stand and say, where did you take the vital signs? I took them in the back of the ambulance. Okay, well, when did you check for injuries? You mean to tell me you moved the patient without checking for injuries first when you could? So I thought like a damn good question for an attorney to ask at some point. You're asking for it. All right, so blood pressure is, let's say, a normal blood pressure for a 5-year old would probably be around 100 over 50, something like that. Heart rate would be around 100. He just got hit by a car, so I'm going to go with 120. Pulse oximetry is 98%. Pulse rhythm is regular. Let's say his heart rate's not going to be 12 to 20 because he is a 5-year old. It's probably going to be closer to like 24. I'm going to say that he is labored. So, does he need oxygen? I would say yes. Okay. No need to check for blood sugar if he's not a diabetic or he's conscious. All right. So but people will do it. All right. Let's look at the Glasgow Coma Skill. Okay. He looks pretty alert to me. So he opens his eyes. He is oriented and he obeys commands. That's a 15. But let's just say he was confused. That would give us a 14. The level of consciousness is alert. His pain scale is so there. This is one where you could have done like, let's say instead of and instead of the the Wong Baker face, okay, let's say we use the Wong Baker face instead. We say it's a 5. Okay, and what's the Wong Baker face? Let me show you what that looks like. It's this. See, you've probably seen this in the ER in the hospital somewhere. Looks like that. Oh, 5 isn't even on there. I forgot. It's all even numbers. My bad. You don't want to be the dumbass that puts 5 on there when there's no 5 on the Wong Baker face, do you? All right, moving right along. All right, so now we've got a set of vital signs here. Boom. Okay. And let's see, physical exam. All right, so let's see what this looks like. Hmm. Interesting. This looks a lot like a rapid trauma assessment. All right, let's. Now we need to make sure this gets done before the vital signs, obviously. So we're gonna have to go back and do that. So skin is pink. Okay, head assessment. It's not giving you exactly what's on there, but it's giving you a head to toe, sort of. Yeah, look at that. It is giving you a head to toe. Look at that. Interesting. Pretty cool. Head assessment is a no. Let's see, no injuries, normal. All right. Face assessment, normal. I always referred to these assessments as inventory style assessments. Like a focus history and physical exam is kind of open ended, where okay, again, when would we assess the patient's heart tones? We would do that in the in-ambulance secondary survey, which is done where? In the back of the ambulance. All right, here's the abdomen. This we're going to find some tenderness. Okay, so we're going to say left. We're going to say left lower quadrant tenderness. And what is tenderness? Tenderness means when you touch it, it hurts. That's what tenderness means. I never checked the spine, so I wouldn't put it on there. But other people that do, yes. But what's the point? You're already going to put the patient on a backboard, right? Which we haven't done yet, but we're just kind of moving along here. All right, spine exam. So we don't, no, we didn't check this. We didn't check that, but we did check the arms. And let's say the arms had normal. Hmm. Oh, let's see. We didn't find anything, but we need to document that we looked. See, that's the important part. See if normal's on here. Oh, there it is. Boom. Okay. Normal. Okay. We don't look at eyes in the rapid. What we're trying to document now is the rapid trauma assessment. All right. So let's make sure, let's go back and put that where it needs to be, which is before the vital signs. Okay. So let's go back on our timeline. You can see, all right, vital signs, exam. So we need to have this like at 10. This needs to be done at like 10:10. Boom. Okay. Perfect. So now see, it's all got a track. Great. We did an exam at 10:10. 10 minutes later, we took a set of vital signs. Okay. Actually, this should be a lot closer to the time that we should probably put this at like 5 minutes before after we got there. Yeah, the sequence of this stuff is a big deal. Okay, and then we'll probably say that we've got him in the ambulance at 15 after. And you do a lot of this kind of stuff on a serious call. You sit there and um you look at it. Oh, and you scroll through your times and stuff like that. All right, so now we've documented we made contact with a patient. And notice there's no real way to actually uh, document like a primary survey. This is why we have to kind of document the primary survey in our narrative. Okay, that's primarily the way to do this. But with all these other assessments, we can totally do. All right. So so we already documented injuries. All right. So cardiac arrest is not a factor here. A narrative. All right. We're going to come back and do the narrative. Transport destination information. So we're going to go to a um, number of patients being transported was one. The patient was moved by ambulance, or the patient was moved by backboard. Oh yeah, we have to document us doing a backboard. Forgot about that. Transport mode from the scene was emergent. Actually, we didn't go anywhere because we called for a helicopter. And oh, yeah, I'm sorry, I forgot to put that transport info. Okay, method was a supine. Okay, EMS transport method was helicopter. Okay, oh, we could say he was last normal before he got hit by the car. Okay, all right, good. All right, moving right along. Back to the transport information. Transport mode from the scene. I guess we'll have to say that it was emergent because it's helicopter, I guess. I'm not sure. Type of transport delay. We had to wait for the helicopter to get there. Okay. All right. Next, destination. Took him to Two Pine Knoll, which is a, let's say, is a trauma center. Its type of destination is a reason for choosing was a protocol, regional specialty center. Okay. Hospital capability is a trauma center, level one. Okay. Next. So we already have all this information here. All right. Pre-arrival alert is a um, trauma, pediatric trauma. And then we got to indicate the time of our alert. But we want to do this. Hopefully, you guys are still with me here. All right. So now let's go take a look at the times again. Now we can go and flesh out the rest of our times. Okay. Mileage. Okay. So now we have some stuff that we're going to have to explain in here. So that's definitely something uh the patient care report this automated this all this data is not going to tell us everything, right? So we're going to have to actually tell them some stuff. All right, so let's go with this. So when I again, this is where my process of just trying to write what we did based off the Chinese menu is the most appropriate way to do this. This is kind of how I got started doing this because you would run these trauma calls, and there's really no way that you're going to fit that a person hit by auto that you had to call for a helicopter into SOAP unless you're unless you're an excellent writer. Okay, it's just not going to make any sense. It's not going to flow well. You need a bit, so let's just use what we taught you. All right, so scene size up. One patient. Scene was safe. Um, Traffic was controlled by PD. MOI, Pede struck by auto, greater than 20 miles per hour. Okay, and this is just stuff that I picked up from the airbag deployed. The kid was hit by a car. The car had been going at least 20 miles an hour for that to happen. Okay. And they always ask, how fast do you think the car was going? They always ask. And so the airbag deployed, so at least 20 miles an hour is a damn good answer. You don't look like a dumbass when you say something like that. Because trust me, when you're in there with a trauma team, man, it's very easy to look like a moron. All right. Primary survey. All right. So C spine. You can tell, man. Oh yeah, we forgot to add that on the C spine. Uh, patient was alert. Noted respiratory distress. Administer O2, non-breather, 15 liters per minute. Radial pulse, radials. All right, so we already documented our head to toe assessment, but we could type it in there, rapid trauma assessment. Noted tenderness to uh, lower abdomen. Patient advised he didn't see vehicle despite looking both directions. Why am I writing this here? Because we're doing an ambulance secondary survey. This is when we get the chance to talk to the patient. All right, it'd be a good idea to tell what you did, assess, C spine, immobilize to long backboard, requested helicopter, helicopter arrived at landing zone created by fire department, transferred care to helicopter. Done. I mean, that's like not that big of a deal, but we do have to add one more thing here. Provider actions, procedures. We did uh, we did do C spine control, so we did immobilize. Let's see. I'm about to look this one up. There you go. Musculoskeletal immobilization, long backboard. Boom. I probably will need to add C collar also, just to be honest, because apparently it's not all one big thing. Okay. Oh, I guess you can't add two. All right, no problem. Procedure form, no. We did this number of procedure attempts. One, it was successful. You got to think, why would you have all this information here? Because one of the number one things that happen in an ambulance is, believe it or not, and completely unnecessary, in my opinion, is starting on a stupid IV. And how many times do people like start IVs on patients in the backs of ambulances and they're unsuccessful the first or second attempt? Stupid. Just fucking skip it, guys. You don't have these problems. You're EMTs. You're better than that. Okay. We use that protocol for that. Okay. Boom. And we also, let's see, it wanted some more information. Procedure complication, none. Oh, but apparently doesn't like that. Let's see. None. All right. Next is And so we got to make sure we get to go back and get our time straight with this. And then also we're going to need to administer some oxygen. So here is airway conformations, airway. Oxygen. Let's see. What? All right, let's just move on here. Medical devices. Oh, add. Let's add another oxygen. Let's see. Airway basic. Opened. BiPAP. CPAP. Hmm. That's grief. All right, just type it in here somewhere. All right, so we administered oxygen. Let's see, how about other? Hmm. I don't know. Anyway, I'm going to cancel this and let's see. Yeah. Well, we'll just document it in there. So, don't know where to find it on here. Anyway, it's in there somewhere. All right, so it's done, and so we can. That's good enough. We can save it, and then we can finish the incident, and then we can close it out. All right, and that's all the time that we got. So, why don't y'all finish that up, and I will see you guys in class next week. It looks like you guys are already on it. You guys are at various stages. I'll stick around for you guys to make sure that this goes okay. But anyway, that's the last one. So I'm going to send you, I'm going to be in touch with some information about a train system class. We'll want you to take that and just need you to finish these up. There's actually the requirement was for 10 patient care reports. We got to 7. We can we can figure out how to add the other 3, I guess, as we move forward. But we definitely need to see each other next weekend. We definitely don't need another virtual weekend. So anyway, but anyway, I will see you guys next week and next weekend on Sunday, same normal time. And thank you for being here. So, damn you, Gary. Oh.
started it. Because technically, I was like 14 when I started mine, so
Yeah.
get back to me, bro. The only reason why everyone knows that director is because what? What did you say? Hey, I'll look back at this. press down through your heels, find a squat, engage the hamstring and the glutes, and then find that easy press. This is going to keep you more grounded and more stable. Another thing I noticed is a lot of tension and gripping in the hip flexors as we move into moves like runs, single knees, and kicks. The right way to do it is to keep your pelvis nice and neutral, pull up through your low abs, keep your legs a little bit lower, and continually think about the scoop through the low belly position, but you don't want your torso to be too far over in a flat back. Hinge it up a little bit, scoop through those. You're in the ball. I'm rocking the nine great atmosphere. I come up. Great and rocky, big fine. Feel after it together. Technology, dirty, dirty, dirty. Company on side. Give me one reason I don't fire them. How can I help you, sir? See a mentor, bank manager hesitation. Yes. You give me any kind of fire roll and we'll go with it. Take one of those big envelopes and put as many hundreds, 50s and 20s you can pack into it. Thing with bank straps, rubber bands, and make die packs and money baby. No bills. I'm a craftsman. I'm a craftsman. I'm a craftsman. I have to get my card. I know it's fun. I'm proud. I used to wait 30 seconds. Come on. Yeah, he's going to shoot you with some money between the eyes. Okay. Thank you. Nice day. You too. This is huge. Yeah, seems very well. Who's that? How can I help you, sir? See you there. Strawberry cheesecake or candy? Here we go. And speaking of black men who once made an impact years ago, Kevin Hart. Kevin has a 44-inch vertical leap, and I know that because he can kiss his wife on the lips. Being 5'1" sucks, but at least you can tell him apart from all the other blacks. Now, they told me to be racist. What? Mr. LaRoche has had on very interesting character. No matter how much I read about him, this guy's a very unique character. You know, he Lost. President Trump has imposed 12 major changes to retirement accounts and the biggest changes to retirement in the United States since 1978 when the 401k was first passed. It sounds like a good thing, but most Americans can't name the same change. Well, on April 30th, 2026, President Trump signed a new executive order which tied all of these changes together, and most people are not paying attention. Now, I know your time is valuable, so I'm not going to waste your time. In this video, I'm going to do two things. Number one, I'm going to go over the 12 major changes that President Trump has made. And then number two, I'm going to go over how all of this applies to you, and specifically now in 2026. That way you can find the biggest opportunity to grow your wealth with all of these changes. Because yes, this is going to have a change not just in people's retirements, but in terms of the way that our economy works, the regular $10 and wealth in general. So make sure you stick with me until the end of this video. So let me go over the 12 changes to your retirement, starting with number one, the Trump IRA. Because on April 30th, 2026, President Trump signed an executive order creating something called a Trump IRA. Now, to be clear, this Trump IRA hasn't gone into effect yet, but it will go live on January 1, 2027. The idea behind the Trump IRA is it is there to solve three major problems that are there with the 401k. Number one is that many people do not have access to a 401k. If your company doesn't offer 401k, you can't invest in 401k. Problem number two is your 401k might have high fees. The average 401k account in the United States today has a 1.26% fee if you have under $1 million in assets, which might not sound like a lot, but that's going to eat up a huge percentage of your total retirement net worth. And problem number three is if you were to leave your job, well, leaving with the 401k and getting it in a new company could pose some problems. With this Trump IRA, it's a little bit different. With the Trump IRA now, you have the ability to open up a Trump IRA regardless of your income, regardless of where you work. If you work in the United States, everybody qualifies for Trump IRA. Low income, middle income, high income people qualify for it. Number two is the fees on the Trump IRA are capped at 0.15% as a way to make sure that you're paying low fees on your Trump IRA investment accounts. And then number three, because it's tied to the United States government, not your employer, it doesn't matter if you change your company, you still have access to your Trump IRA. The other thing that I want you to know is that if you are on the lower income or middle income side of things, you also get to qualify for a free loan with the Trump IRA. Now, it's not going to be coming from the boss, it's going to be coming from the United States government, which means, yes, you can get up to $1,000 a year for free into your account with the Trump IRA.
Okay, this is the 1,500 the village made out of.
Yes, I'll talk more about that.
Okay,
And
1,500 village
yes,
made.
you can qualify for some free money into your retirement account from the United States government if you meet the income requirements. Number two are changes in the federal savers limit. So technically, this went into effect in 2022, but it changed drastically in 2026. Now, what it said is that you can get under $35,000 a year in single tax filing. For $71,000 a year, nearly filing for the national government will give you up to $1,000 per person, so $2,000 is very comfortable, into your retirement accounts if you meet the income requirements. The problem was it was difficult to qualify for this depending on where you work and 401ks and other things like that. But now, with the Trump IRA, I see it is going to be much easier for you to qualify for this free money from the United States government if you just open up a Trump IRA. That way, you qualify for this free money from the United States government. Yes, I'm going to talk about the cost of free money from the government again in this video. So again, make sure you stay with me to the end. But this leads me to number three, the auto enrollment manual. What it says is that if your 401k was created after December 29th, 2022, your employer must auto enroll you into your 401k with a minimum of 3 to 10% contribution into your 401k. You can always opt out. But the idea was before, the default was you were not enrolled into your 401k, so people just didn't invest into it. Now, people by default being auto enrolled into the 401ks. That way, by default, money is being invested into retirement accounts. Number four is the universal savings account. This is not passed yet, but is in discussion with Congress. By the way, I do want to let you know that this is why I created a free investing masterclass. Because if you are an investor or want to become an investor, it is very important to understand how you find investment opportunities and build an investing strategy for you. In this masterclass, I'll walk you through my investing strategy that I use and my firm uses to find investment opportunities for the DIY. This is a completely free masterclass and it's enough work. You're also going to get access to market briefs, which is a newsletter for investors. It's read by hundreds of thousands of investors every single morning that breaks down what's happening in the economy. If you want to get the investing masterclass and market briefs all free, all you do is sign up and I have the link for you down in the description. The idea behind a universal savings account is instead of managing different types of investment accounts and savings accounts and health account and emergency savings accounts, you can manage it all out of one universal account. This would be a combination of your IRA account. It would be a combination of HSA, your health savings account. It would be a combination of your 529 account. And it would be a combination of your emergency savings account that if people don't have to worry about managing money at multiple different places, they can manage it all in one place. Hopefully, lose less money because of it. Number five are your investment options in the 401k. So President Trump signed an executive order on this in 2025. The rollout is still in progress. We'll see what happens in 2026 and in 2027, as we're expected to see the actual rollout of what is supposed to happen. But the idea with this proposal is you're going to have more options in what you can invest in your 401k accounts. So instead of just investing in a few mutual funds, you might also have the ability to invest in things like different things. You might be able to invest in things like real estate. You might be able to invest in things like private equity and private credit. You might also be able to invest in commodities like gold, oil, and silver, and agriculture, And maybe you could invest this money by lending it back to the United States government for more infrastructure projects. Again, not approved yet. We don't know exactly what the classifications are going to look like, but this is what President Trump approved, and we'll find out soon-ish on what actually going to happen with it forward. Number six is when President Trump signed the Strategic Bitcoin Reserve. The idea behind this now is that the United States government is going to hold on to some Bitcoin. Why does this matter for real economy? Because it shows that the United States government is starting to legitimize this idea of cryptocurrency and Bitcoin. As we start to hear about these discussions about changing the 401k, one of the biggest pushbacks against cryptocurrency is it's not a legitimate investment. Well, the United States government starts to legitimize it with things like a strategic Bitcoin.
Went from, when I see him politically, he was a socialist worker for the Trotskyists in the 40s and 50s, far left. And we know what happened to Trotskyists. They got kicked out of Russia. They were so communist, they got kicked out that I think the guy ended up getting killed or died in Mexico. I don't know what it was, but something like that. Yeah, he was assassinated. And then he ends up joining the labor committees in 19, the National Congress of Labor Committees in 69, founded the U.S. Labor Party in 73, and then shifted to far-right politics in the mid-70s. He got himself in administrative trouble with mail fraud and tax evasion, the $30 million, whatever it was, that he ended up having to do 15 years. I think he only did 5 years, married a girl 27 years younger than him. He ran for president many times. Interesting guy. Why did he inspire you? What about him?
What interests me is I ran into his movements a couple of years after the Bobby Kennedy assassination, which I would expect to be pretty dramatic, sort of spiraling in hopelessness in terms of what are we going to do to turn this country back around again? And I ran into somebody espousing his ideas, and look, the one thing with him which never changed, and there are these descriptions of him are kind of again like the shadows on the wall, where you take him out and we're in ashes, and you catch like that, what he was. He was relentless with me. And his passion was always with diversions between the development of the physical economy based on the creativity of the human mind versus all these other kind of artificial systems based on money, systems analysis, or whatever. And what attracted me to anybody who's an intellectual who forced you to constantly hypothesize and rethink the way you thought. And we did rethink the organization which I joined, which he founded. Rethought everything we discovered in the American system. And nothing had changed from the standpoint of our fundamentals. We were trying to find what is the policy, what are the institutions, what is the philosophy that exists in the world that will do what we need it to do. And when literally we kind of discovered the American system, it was actually right around the time of the American bicentennial in 1976, that then everything kind of locked in. And we could take the same principles that we had always espoused, but we're trying to figure out socialism worked, this worked, that worked. What works? We said, oh, here it is. The American system has always worked. So, media will then say, oh, we went left and right. He didn't change. What his principles and his policies always stayed the same. And his influence is not always understood. He played a vital role in Ronald Reagan's strategic defensive. Who met Reagan on the campaign trail in 1980. They talked about this, and Bush was brought into the Reagan administration for intensive discussions on what Reagan ultimately announced as the strategic defensive. I was there in Washington, and at that point, this same imperial elite, which went after Donald Trump, said, okay, the Bush is getting too big for his britches. Among the people who prosecuted the Bush is Donald Trump. What? It's a small. What?
What year?
87, and our speaker yeah, I think the Mulligan was either 86 or 87 years. So it became a blur because there were just like heck, there were so many indictments at the state and federal level. Now, one thing I have to say that I could really say anyway, following Rush's passing, his widow, Helen Executive Rush, took the organization in a direction which we completely disagreed with. And so those of us who formed the action split off and had nothing to do with her, which we say legally, but as I said, I would want to do anyway.
Very interesting. Yeah, because when I see some of this stuff, look, people like this are very interesting to study because you want to know why they say what they say. Some of the claims he made, he said Queen Elizabeth II runs the international narcotics trade. Okay, he claimed Hitler's rise was orchestrated by Rothschild, Warburgs, and Oppenheimers, which we know Warburgs were very powerful on what they did. They were even involved with Jekyll Island, the meeting at Jekyll Island, the beginning of building Federal Reserve. Um, then he said British rules Israel as a zombie nation. Okay, British intelligence and its Clinton circle control the U.S. economy. Queen Elizabeth II framed Bill Clinton. British intelligence orchestrated the Russia Gate. The CIA, KGB, and British intelligence conspired to assassinate Lyndon LaRoche. The IMF deliberately created and spread AIDS. The CIA and KGB brainwashed and kidnapped LaRoche AIDS into assassin. I mean, when you go and I can go on and on and on. This guy had some very unique takes, on what happened. So, did you ever spend time with him one on one? Were you around him?
Oh yeah.
And what was these are things he literally believed in on what happened?
Well, those are kind of cartoonish type characterizations of some of the things. But take for example the question of the international drug trade. Um, the key element, and this is something that that's in the Trump administration taking on. The key element of the international narcotics trade, is not the cigar boats with the drugs on them. It's who launders the drug. And there, all you have to do is go back to the 1960s when the British, the City of London in particular, set up the entire offshore banking operation in the Cayman Islands, Isle of Man, Isle of Wight, and so on, where you have these black boxes of complete and total secrecy in terms of moving money. This is where the financial flows which finance international drug trafficking come from. You also have very premier institutions like Hong Kong, Shanghai. In the 1970s, we wrote a book entitled Dope Incorporated. And some of the research we used came from the, I mentioned, the Bank Commissioner of New York, who had filed a brief against Hong Kong, Shanghai being able to charter itself in New York because of their role in international drug money. So all we did is we just started to put all the pieces together. Now, we've been caricatured. I think it was even Saturday Night Live skit, which shows somebody playing the Queen of England with nickel bags, handing them off to Henry Kissinger, who, by the way, at one point gave a speech at Chatham House where he said, when I was Secretary of State, I get the British Foreign Office more closely into them than I did the State Department. So, confessions, essentially. But when you look at the institutions in terms of drug money, in fact, it was about 10 years ago. I think it was the fellow who was the drug anti-drug czar for Russia. His name was Foster, gave a speech at the United Nations where he pretty much said everything we had said in Japan. That it's these big London-based banks that finance international drug trade. So, again, the media will put a kind of cartoon version of this. But, or you look at it, look at the role of his finance minister, Noah Shah, who came straight out of London Wall Street networks, who was deployed back to Germany to basically set up a financial structure in Germany to keep paying war reparations debt, and then later to have money to militarize Germany and so on. He came straight out of these Anglo-American financial schools. So when you bother to look at you just get below the surface level of history, which is what you get if you look at Wikipedia usually. And again, just dive a little bit more deeply. You'll find that all of the claims which LaRouche made could be thoroughly historically proven. Not in a two-sentence, simple-minded version, but if you actually look at the historical processes behind this, and there, up until recently, there's really been very little serious history that people have done. It's all been this really simple-minded soap opera for two versions of history. One historian who I think has done extremely important work, and I always take the opportunity to highlight, is a book by Richard Clark, entitled How the British Created Communism and Blamed It on the Jews. Now, that is an amazing book. Highly communism, created communism and blamed it on the Jews. How did they do it? What did he say? What he shows is that communism was created in London. I mean, actually, Karl Marx was on the payroll there's a quote, was through Urquhart was basically on payroll of the British East India Company. They wanted to create an ideology which they could use largely against Russia. I mean, what he documents in the book is that so much of British policy British policy was largely aimed in the 19th and the early 20th century against their great rival on the continent, which was Russia, and whatever they could do to weaken Russia. And then, of course, they were worried about what was going on with the United States. But what he documents is how these movements were completely synthetically created, and they were all created for geopolitical purposes. And that the claim that it was the Jews was also straight from British intelligence. This is a short book, actually, like, 20% of it is footnotes. That's how well documented it is. It's an easy read. He's an excellent writer. And I think people will just find their entire worldview begin to shift when you work through something like this.
Camera does that something every once. If you move a little bit backwards, it'll just adjust.
Yeah, I tried to stop the auto. It's really crazy. All right, we're way back. Okay.
We'll edit it. If you want to go from right there, we'll edit it. If the camera adjusts, we'll adjust accordingly as well.
Okay, all right.
So Richard Poe is alive. So he's because it just came out 2 years ago.
Yeah.
Right. Can you go on Richard Poe's link just to see what is his background?
Quite remember. He might be an investigative journalist.
Best-selling author in the award-winning game research, written best-selling news on many subjects, and shadow. Interesting. All right. Interesting.
Now, he's just a really competent historian. There have been so few of those out there who actually just do work. Do work. As opposed to taking a bunch of secondary sources and pasting them together. I mean, that's the other thing I will say in terms of your time with LaRouche, which is it was all primary sources. You don't read somebody's description of what something is happening. You went back, read the primary sources. And I would say that the same thing is true of the Trump administration today. Stop getting your ideas about what Donald Trump is doing from social media, unless you're reading Trump's stuff. Go to White House website. Read the executive orders. Read the findings. One of my favorite pastimes is watching a cabinet meeting. These cabinet meetings are amazing because you actually see a team and an outright, a team of people, who are working with each other in sync to carry out an actual It's actually all there.
Okay, welcome, welcome, welcome. All right, so now the first thing we're going to do is I'm going to get logged in and I'm going to I'm going to log in. I'm going to go to incidents, Georgia PCR EMS version 3.5 form. When your page looks like this, let me know. Barrett, you on here with us? Oh, can you hear me at all? Let's see. Hold on. Hello. All right. Can you hear? Can you guys hear me at all? All right. Okay, I got you. Okay, you can hear me. Okay, good. All right. There's a little bit of a delay there in the audio. So I try actually what I do is I turn my audio off so I don't have to listen to my echo. It's very distracting. So anyway, all right, so we're gonna get started with this PCR. All right, so now what we're gonna do is um, first thing we're gonna do we're gonna basically do a call together. Okay, just so we can learn how to use the system. It's the simplest kind of call you can have. It's a canceled call. So the name of this is going to incident number is going to be cancel. The response number will be cancel. And then skip the unit notified date and time. We're going to come back to the times in a minute. We're going to add a crew member. Hit OK. Dispatch reason is abdominal pain problems. Then we go to unit info. And I know I might be moving a little bit fast. I'll do it. I'm happy to do it again. Uh, Med 1. It's a BLS equipped ground ambulance. It's the first unit on scene. See what we're doing? Just going through and doing all the validation, the red. Type of service requested is 911 response to the scene. Response mode is non-emergent. Next, number of patients. Important that you select no patients or none. Unit disposition is no patient found. Crew disposition is, you have to scroll down for this. Back in service, no care services required. All right, incident location type is a home or residence. The street address is 123 Elm Street. And I'm going to use the Cambodia zip code 30341. All right. We're going to get more into this, these little bits and pieces of it. I'm just trying to get you where you can just use it. Okay. All right, then we're going to go here and start at the very top. We're going to get these times have to be in sequence. If they're out of sequence, then the system's just going to just going to throw out some kind of major validation warning. Start at the top, boom, hit cancel. And now once I'm going to go back and look at this, I wanted to go dispatch priority was lower acuity. And there you go. You hit save, and you go down here and click on finish incident, and then close. Kind of wait for you guys to have one on. Okay, so are you guys do you guys follow along or do you can even do this again? Okay, no problem. Yeah, no problem. I'll just start all over again and do another one. All right. So, oh, there's Romero. Great. All right, so here we go. I'm going to start another one. Incidents. It's going to go, the name of the call will be cancel, cancel. We're going to save the time for later. Crew members, I'm going to add Aimer as a crew member. Dispatch info is abdominal pain problems. Unit info is Med 1. It's a BLS ground ambulance. You were the first unit on scene. The type of service requested is 911 response. It's non-emergent. It's no patient at scene. No patient found. Crew disposition. Back in service, no care required. Type of incident location type is a private residence. It's a 123 Elm Street. That's a zip code is 30341. Then we start at the top with the times. Boom, 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 cancel, boom, boom. Go back to dispatch information wants to know non-acute. Hit save. Finish the incident. Then hit close. Liz, are you stuck? Okay. Would you like me to help you out? Because what we are looking for is we are looking for 100% validity. Oh, there's Barrett. All right. So Barrett's, you got one going. Good deal. Okay, no problem. All right, watch what I do, okay? I'm going to just pick up where you left off, all right? All right, so I'm going to start at the top. Incident number. Cancel. Cancel. Okay. We're going to add a crew member. Dispatch reason is abdominal pain problems. Med 1. It is the first unit EMS unit on scene. Type of service requested was 911 response to the scene. It is not emergent. It is no patient. No patient found. Crew disposition is, you have to scroll down for it. Back in service, no care. Oh, my damn mouse got stuck. Hold on a second. There it goes. All right. Incident location is a private residence. It is at 123 Elm Street. And then, well, I've been using Chambly zip code. All right, so it's important with these times to like start off at the top, like so. Start there. Just you have to keep them in sequence. Otherwise, if it gets out of sequence, the validation is gonna flag it. All right, there you go. That's 100%. All right, you're gonna finish the incident and close it. Awesome. All right, Barrett, would you like me to bail you out? Okay, no problem. Just let me help you bail you out. All right. All right. Yeah. So you typed in the zip code, right? Hit this button here, incident address location lookup, and it just puts it all in there for you. And then we just go to the response times. You get to start up here, but you got to kind of start. If the times aren't in sequence, the validation will flag. And honestly, I told this to state office, like why wouldn't you like I told them that like this validation is makes it very difficult for a student to overcome. That's why I teach it this way, so you can just sort of like get past the validation. And I start off with this with everybody. All right, so then we go update, finish the incident. All right, and then you hit close. All right, so now what I need you guys to do is bang out three more of these, okay? All right, so guys, can y'all bang out three more of these on your own? I will be here in case you need me. I am not going anywhere, and I can also tag in at any point and help you with your help you in case you get stuck. Awesome.
running the factories, that for instance, what is so much in factories that you stay ethical and responsible with your now work
There, it's almost done. Liz, are you with us, Liz? I'm trying to figure out what happened to all your calls. Did you delete some of them or something? Or okay, are you working on the other piece? Are you working on the other PCRs? Oh. Hey Barrett, looks like you're almost done, dude. I'm gonna finish off this first one for you that you did. Yeah. Oh no. All right, Barrett, you're done, man. So yeah, all right. So you're done. You're done. All right. So dude, let's do this. I'm going. You got five done. We don't. We're good. I need you to. I have another assignment for you that I'm going to send you an email for. But otherwise, we're done. Okay, good. All right. Liz, are you almost? You looks like you're done with the first one. Would you like to start another one?
Elon Musk says you can skip retirement savings in the age of AI. Not so fast. Okay, this is a Fox News story. Let's see how this story goes. Father, if you want to play the clip first, go ahead. Yeah. Um, well, one like side recognition I was like, don't worry about like squirreling money away for retirement in 10, 20 years. Go better. Okay. Either we're not going to be here, or yeah, I don't have. You expand on that a little bit. You want need to save for retirement, and if any of the things that we've set up for setting for retirement would be irrelevant. Services will be there to support. You'll have the home. You'll have the healthcare. You'll have the entertainment. The way this unfolds is fundamentally possible to predict because of self-improvement of the AI and the accelerating timeline. It's like stories. Yeah, exactly. I don't know what goes on. What happens?
Thank you, Barrett. I'll be in touch.
Ray had singularity out way too far. I mean, this is like the next. What's your timeline? Yeah, like this or in this. Well, we are in singularity for sure. We're in this for sure. And then we just. Well, we're in this beautiful sweet spot, which is the roller coasters were just. Yeah, exactly. That's a great analogy. It's like that feeling. You're at the top of the roller coaster. You're about to go. Yeah, you know it's gonna be a lot of G's. Yeah, a lot of G's. Yeah. It's like you're like, well, just four sides. I'm on the court.
Exactly. And it still blows my mind. Sometimes multiple times a week. Right? Yeah. And so, boss, this is what I think. Jeff, your thoughts? Do you agree? This is insane. You just said, look, we can't predict how this is going to go. The next thing you said, and the thing before that, don't save for retirement. We have no idea how this is going to look on the other side, so just say screw it. Is that how you process that he's saying trust that someone's figuring it out? He's saying trust it. It's all going to work the way we want it to work. You won't need to save for retirement. Then he also says we don't know how the hell it's going to work out. To me, this is completely insane. Ray, you go first, and then I got a lot of thoughts. Okay, let me hear what he's. Yeah, no, it's super reckless. I mean, I'm curious, like, how many times Elon Musk been wrong? I know there's been a lot of them, but I mean, like, to put like, I know, but still, he's been wrong. He's made crazy predictions. He's been wrong about like the timelines and everything. So, like, look at the stakes that if he is wrong. Like, I mean, people already don't save for retirement. So, like, how many people are going to be influenced by that and say, like, oh yeah, screw it, I'm gonna have UPI in the future, so I'm not going to save for retirement. And what if he's wrong? So, it's just reckless. So, I'm literally building a company around this because I think that this is simple, close.
Very good. Can you start the second one?
There is a form which is there is artificial intelligence being built at hyperspeed, and that artificial intelligence is being able to automate away tasks and eventually jobs at a very, very fast. We'll give you examples. How many software engineers now aren't writing code? They're just letting some AI do it. I am invested in a lot of these companies. 50+% of the companies are in these companies are written by AI. Now there is flawed code. So now I can go and do it like not our goal. What why I should tell you other people's defaults. Like, no, we just do it. Students and you tell them what we're learning. When you're done, that's all that. Bro, why not you tell them you're done? When you return, when you this is once they take it to leave them, that bitch kids. Enough to get back. You know what happens, right? What? I got enough student last me at least a couple of years, so great. Dneska to vypadá, že pokud se zadaří, scan that QR code. We didn't go anyplace. What? Well, I'm asking, did you go any place last night? Oh. Just a simple question. No, absolutely not. What's the answer? Sum it up, though. What are you doing? What are you doing? You're driving very fast. Yes, you are. Bloody hell, what the hell is this? Well, you tell me, because I don't know. What? Slow? Polly? Please, slow it down, all right? You're trying to kill us or something. Well, I thought we looked at shit. What? Say, we look.
Hey, Liz, would you like to finish this up on your own?
trophies, welcome to I Jump Instead on YouTube. Thank you for watching this video. We're going to talk about the handlebar and why it means definitely join our messages that still. So we can be pushing down with equal weight distribution and really of our routines in order to keep the skeleton in alignment when we're doing all these reps of bouncing. For instance, we're going to
Okay, no problem. Awesome. Yeah. All right, no problem. I will be in touch. I will.
So pushing down with equal weight distribution to really access that strength. So the strength comes from pressing down into the mat, or we could go into the muscles and squeeze the muscle and press down. That really creates a tension and a stress muscle that has built extraordinary muscle throughout our bodies and throughout the community that we are instructing and teaching here on the channel. We're building maximum muscle head to toe. If we were to do this move without our hands on the bar, we're relying more on our balancing mechanisms, which means it's going to take away from maximum performance, from maximum results with the muscle activation. So if we take the bar off our unit, now the workout becomes more about building our balancing mechanisms. Here on this YouTube channel, you really want to listen to this. Here on this channel, our demographic has 80% of you over the age of 45. We all are looking for more balance in our bodies. We're looking to have better balance throughout our life. We want you to know that it is our priority that you are strengthening your balancing mechanisms. We also, though, want you to be building balance in your body and to be having a balance in your results, in the shape you're building, in the flexibility you're creating, front to back, side to side, top to bottom. This means that the bar stays on the unit. Every single workout, the bar is there for us to use it, and there are going to be moves where we take our hands off the bar. Just a few more moves that I'm going to show you that you can do with a handlebar more efficiently than without. One leg jumping. If the point of one leg jumping is to strengthen to the core of your leg, to the ball, through the knees, through the ankles, the shin, the calf, the full thigh